a poll running in the chat at the moment for you to be able to vote on as to what you think it is. I can tell you that there was a report on Fightful, so I can go through this. It dropped about an hour ago. I've said before, Fightful Select, it's well worth subscribing to, and I've been subscribed myself for, I don't know, about 6 months, maybe 8 months. It's very, very good. So I'll give you the overview of what's being said there. Now it's probably out on the internet. Tony's latest big announcement is upon us, and the AEW locker room is talking. As of now, the exact announcement isn't known, but some plans are in the works, and some upcoming announcements were being speculated by talent. So the most popular theory, and it's nothing but a theory, is that an upcoming UK announcement could be made. Within the AEW roster, OVO Arena Wembley in the summer has picked up a lot of steam and a possibility. There were actually a couple of members of the top of the roster that was pushing for that show. Another announcement has been an upcoming Saturday show. I haven't heard about this. An upcoming Saturday show. We've heard lots of chatter that there could be some roster parity in that sense. We haven't heard what something like that would do to Rampage or Ring of Honor, but we've heard it's been discussed. So a Saturday show, like I'm guessing a weekly Saturday show. I haven't even heard that reported or rumored. This is the first I'm hearing. This is the first I'm reading of this as well, by the way. There were also Ring of Honor talents hoping that the brand would start traveling a bit more soon, but those that we spoke to believed it was more wishful thinking and wouldn't be related to tonight's announcement. We haven't heard of CM Punk returning being an announcement, but we do know that Tony Khan and Punk have had talks many times in recent months. So there we go. I mean, look, the announcement really is the big talking point going into this show. Feels like that's where the focus is. We do have the graphic to take a look at, and we will do that. The options I've put up are a UK show, the video game release, Jay White signing, because where's Switchblade going? What's happening with Switchblade? That is a big topic of conversation. We thought we would see him Monday. We didn't. I wasn't really expecting him last night on NXT, but there was, 1% chance. That obviously didn't happen either. So tonight the night? We're going to find out. Is it going to be the Switchblade? Or maybe you think it's none of those and it is something else. So we'll keep an eye on that poll, and we will see how that goes. I want to just jump into the chat and see what people are saying, and then we'll look at the graphic and take a little look at tonight's breakdown of Dynamite. Default said, Days, thanks for the streams. Making wrestling more enjoyable. Okay, that's very kind. Thank you. What do you think Moxley does? He deserves a new title run in the next year. I think it's going to be very interesting for Moxley because he kind of had a title run recently. He obviously stepped in last year when CM Punk went away. And I think what we're seeing with Roman, and this is not going to come as a surprise to anyone, but what we're seeing with Roman is a champion on top for a long time with the show sort of being built around them. We don't really see that with AEW. For example, if we see MJF, like he'll normally be in one segment. There was a few times during his feud with Brian Danielson. There was a few times as to where we were going backstage and seeing him having like a few conversations with a future opponent. I remember him talking to, I think it was Roosh. So we saw him in a segment. Then backstage, he was talking to Roosh. So, there's a couple of times where we might see an extra little summit backstage, but it's not really the same as what we've seen with Roman on SmackDown, where we'll go to his locker room a few times throughout the show. We might see him arrive. We might then go to the locker room maybe a couple of times during the show. and then we'll go and see him in the main event. And to be honest, even if we don't go to Roman, I mean, you've got the Usos, you've got Sammy, all of it revolves around Roman. They're talking about Roman. They're talking about the tribal chief. I'm not saying that AEW have got to exactly copy that. I mean, of course I'm not. But what I am saying is that there is value in having a champion and really investing in that champion. And they couldn't really invest in Moxley last year because he stepped in. They couldn't, I think they were investing in CM Punk, but obviously the drama happened. Then Moxley had to pick up the ball. Obviously, that was a proper swerve. That was not the plan. And so there wasn't really any plans in place to invest in Moxley. That was all very lastminute.com. So it was all a bit off the cuff. So MJF feels like he's been planned. It feels like this is who Tony wants the belt on. And so I don't know that I would be eager to take the title off MJF, to be honest. I mean, what I would say is the numbers don't look like it's been working so far. I think the old school mentality is that if the house shows aren't drawing, it's the champion's fault. If the pay-per-view buys are down, it's the champion's fault. The champion carries the weight of the company on their shoulders. You know, you are the face of the company. People are tuning in to see either can the babyface champion keep the title or will the heel champion lose the title? And the fact that the ratings have been a bit stagnant just sort of isn't a great indicator that MJF is killing it as a champion. Now, you can make the argument it's unfair. It's an unfair way of judging it. I mean, that's a perfectly acceptable argument, but that's how it's always been judged. You know, that's how it's always been when the champ's on top, all the show numbers, all the house show buys, all of that stuff, that is very much reflected on the champion. Now, I'm not going to say that MJF's flopping, let's get the belt off him, but we did say they could have done it with Bryan Danielson. They could have made that change then. They could have done it so that we made the change at the last show, but they didn't. They've kept it with MJF. I would keep going with MJF, but I would actually turn it up a bit with MJF. I would give him, a few more segments, give him some backstage segments, really build more story. We're starting to see the Four Pillars trying to get the title off him. I'd invest in that a little bit more. I'd create a bit more backstage drama. I'd have MJF. I mean, I feel like he needs to plot and scheme with someone. Like him being on his own is a bit strange because he's kind of they're trying to present him now as a heel that can do it all by himself. You know, he doesn't need Wardlow. He doesn't need a bodyguard. He doesn't need someone cheating for him. I'm sort of all right with that, but equally, I feel like him being on his own makes him look a little vulnerable as a heel champion. So I kind of like the idea of him just backstage plotting with someone. So I'd be real tempted. I'd be real tempted to put someone with him, have them do some plotting and scheming, give them a few more segments throughout the shows, and just invest that little bit more, build up the Four Pillars and blah, 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 blah. So I don't know if that's the sort of direction that we're going. It feels like we're kind of there or thereabouts, maybe not quite as far as what I would go. In regards to Moxley, I wouldn't put the belt on him because, as I said, I think he's had it. I think that they need to cement this heel turn because it feels like Blackpool Combat Club are heels now. So I think that we need to clean up Blackpool Combat Club. I mean, that group it seems a bit directionless to me. I don't really know what they stand for. I don't know why they've still got the name. I don't know. I mean, I think we saw last week that Danielson came back. So it seems like Danielson's back in the group. So I feel like that needs solidifying now. We need to get that sorted now. What's happening with Danielson? What's happening with Moxley? What's happening with, all of these different elements of the Blackpool Combat Club? Now they're heels. Are they going to move away from that name? Are they going to call themselves something different? I don't know if the name works without Regal. Perhaps people think it doesn't matter. I think, that they could go on now to be a bit like the Shields, just really causing carnage, not caring about the show, just, taking people down. picking up like some tag belts, picking up some mid-card belts. I think in a way, just actually move them away from the main title. Let MJF do what MJF is doing as a heel. Let them be like a heel group that's just causing carnage on the side. Maybe at some point MJF recruits them to help him out now that they're all heels. Maybe like, there could be some sort of evil union as we built to like a blood and guts type match. Imagine MJF, Cesaro, Bryan Danielson, Moxley, Wheeler Yuta inside blood and guts, taking on some other whatever team you want to chuck together babyface wise. So, I mean, look, I think AEW has been really, really struggling. I would say from the end of 2022, good several months, honestly, at this point, it's really felt like they've been spinning their wheels, trying a few things. Things just haven't been landing. If you look at recent ratings, we've been around 850. The only times we've seen spikes is when there's been an announcement or there's been some sort of drama that's resulted in people tuning in to see what's happening. It's not really the shows that have been driving improvements to ratings. But, and this is a big but, this is Cardi B, big but, I'm seeing improvement now. I'm probably more excited about AEW right now than I have been for months and months and months and months and months and months and months, because it feels like it feels like Tony has woken up. I mean, I don't know what's happened, but it feels like he's gone, okay, I agree. We haven't been giving you stories. Here's some stories. And boom, we're starting to do some stories. Now we're starting to do some stuff. So, we have been critical. There's no escaping that fact, but I don't think the shows have been what people have been hoping for. But where we will criticize because something's a bit below what expectation, we can now start to praise because they are starting to come through with some good stuff. So yeah, it's a bit of a mixed bag out there in AEW land. I'm excited to see what this announcement is going to be, but I don't know. I don't know what to expect. I think there's a chance it's going to disappoint because, to be honest, I mean, I don't know. I mean, if it turns out it's the video game, maybe that will excite people. But I don't know what people are expecting, to be honest. I don't know what I'm expecting. In a way, I'm expecting something that's going to make me go, wow. I don't know that the video game finally coming out would do that. I don't know. It's tricky, isn't it? I don't know. I don't know what to expect. I suppose I'm going to go into it with low expectations. But the announcement, I mean, I don't know if you saw the graphic, but the graphic is like big historic announcement. Like, this isn't just Tony Khan announcement. This is Tony Khan historic announcement. I mean, they are really making this big. Like, if this announcement bombs, it's on them. It's one thing to say that Tony Khan's got an announcement. It's another thing to build it up as big as what they have. They have gone big with this one. It's not just that's historic announcement. So, I mean, if their news of their first UK show, I suppose, would be historic, them finally coming to the UK. But would that excite the American fan base? I mean, you know, if you're in America, do you care that they're going to come to the UK? I don't know. Are the people in America that are hoping that this is Jay White? Are the people in America hoping that this is CM Punk? I don't know. I don't know where the expectation are. I don't even know what my expectation is, but I'm looking forward to finding out. And we haven't got long to go. Massive shout out to Alfie. I did wonder why all these things were popping up. Alfie put in 10 Wrestling Days memberships up for grabs, which is just mental, Alfie. Amazing. And Shaquem putting up a gift in a membership as well. So Alfie, really, really appreciate you doing that, bud. That's why all these green things were flashing up as people were redeeming those. I can see that Corey has become a member, and a few other people jumping in as well. So yeah, that's amazing. We actually have over, I think it's like over 220 members now, something like this on the channel. And we do have a member stream tomorrow. So we do I keep talking about it because people keep gifting memberships. So I want to make sure people know what they're getting. Basically, we do member streams every 2 weeks. So we do basically 2 extra streams for an hour. So that's 2 hours extra a month. Those are obviously less busy than these streams. So it's a lot easier to kind of get your points across and to us to have conversations on whatever you want to have a conversation on. But more than that, members can send in videos and audio clips and we play them. So that's something we don't do on the main channel, because if we open that up to everyone, I would imagine I'd just be flooded. But like we do that for members because it's a lot easier to control. And so video clips, audio clips, email them over, and basically we play them on that show. And then we go through and talk about them. Obviously, we don't rip them apart or anything like this. I mean, we are, if it's a theory, we'll explore the theory. If it's a question, we'll try and answer the question, whatever it might be. We try and go through those things. It's just really interesting to kind of get that feedback, you know? I mean, I sit here and obviously give my thoughts on everything we watch, and we jump into the chat to try and see and get a taste as to what the community is saying. But to actually like hear from someone and like see someone like on screen and everything, it's obviously quite different. So that's a nice opportunity for members as well. And then as well as that, you might have seen that just before WrestleMania, we did a video where I played it and then I went live as soon as it finished. We're going to look to do that for pay-per-views going forwards because, again, I just think that's a real nice thing for members. So, again, you can send in your predictions on a video. I put all the videos together and then I play them before we go live. And you don't miss out on, like, it's not like we start live later, if you know what I mean. It's not like I do less of a show. We still do the exact same length of show we always would do. It's just we actually now start even earlier playing the video of like the members and everything. So it's actually like, it means people can hang out on the stream a little bit longer. It also means that the members can get their points across. And it doesn't take any of the kind of time I would be talking away. I mean, it's win, 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 win. No one loses out on that. So, yeah, I mean, that was a massive success for WrestleMania. We're going to look to do that again for Backlash. And then, of course, I keep saying it, but it's hard to know what to do, to be honest. But I am trying to figure out how to do like exclusive members content as well, which I really do want to start putting out there. But as I said, it's hard to know exactly what that should be, but that one's in the works at the moment. But I'm quite pleased with where we are with the members stuff at the moment. I think we've got some good stuff going on there. So, massively appreciate that. Godfather Sode said, Days AEW always said it's a huge announcement. It's going to flop. Speaking of flopping and huge, I'm also looking to seeing haters big ones. Godfather's Ho. Shout out to you. Yeah, I mean, what I would say is they do normally big up their announcements. That is true. But on the actual graphic on AEW promoting this, in fact, I've got the graphic here, and I don't know if it's actually got it on there. Let me have a look. Here. So this is the graphic for tonight. It says Tony Khan has a very important announcement. So, I mean, they are, and honestly, I would say they've gone even further than that on their social media. Like, I can't remember the exact wording, but I'm sure it's like historic when you look on Twitter. So, I mean, this, I would say, is the biggest I've seen them promote this. So we'll see. I mean, could it disappoint? Sure. And as I said, I don't know what people are expecting anyway. So it's hard to know, like, if it is the UK show, would that be seen as a disappointment? I mean, I would imagine to UK fans, no, it wouldn't. But to American fans and Canadian fans and, you know, Mexican fans, maybe they wouldn't be that bothered. Although, I mean, to be honest, I think if they're coming over to the UK, it's a different vibe, isn't it? You know, it's like WWE have announced that they're going to go to Puerto Rico and for Backlash. And I'm really excited about that, even though I'm not going. And even though I don't live in Puerto Rico, I am excited because it's going to be a different flavor. So maybe there'd be people that'd still be pretty pumped for that UK show. Crowds are pretty good in the UK. Going to be a good show. So maybe that still would be all right. But I feel like that's probably the front runner for me personally. But as we said, it could be the video game. You know, there's been lots of talk about that, and God, it's got to be close, hasn't it? It's got to be close. I mean, this thing's been in production since I was about 5 years old. I'm 21 now, so I mean, like, it's been a long time. So yeah, that's got to be on the way. But let's talk about this whilst we've got it up. You can see there's lots and lots and lots of things previewed. This might be one of the biggest previews I've ever seen for AEW. So we've got House of Black taking on Orange Cassidy and Best Friends. That's an AEW World Trios Championship match. We got the Guns taking on FTR, and that is a massive match. That is titles versus careers. That is massive because if FTR lose, they are gone. They are gone. So this is either new champs or FTR are gone. And what with all the drama of Vince McMahon coming back now? I mean, FTR, if they are leaving and they are planning on going to WWE, then, I mean, I bet they're absolutely pulling their hair out. But I think there's a good chance they win here. I think they're staying with AEW. And I think that this is just designed to get people talking and to get people tuned in, because people might be thinking that they're going to go and this is the last time we're going to see them. And as I said, I think there's a chance they win. But that would suck for the Guns a little bit, because I feel like the Guns haven't had these tag titles for a while. But listen, you've got to do something for the ratings. So, you know, if FTR getting the belts is going to help in any way, then, you know, maybe you've just got to do it. Sammy Guevara against, it's a shame, isn't it? Because the ratings are like 800. I can't remember what last week was, but I'm sure it was like 850 again or whatever. And it's like, I really like all the champs at the moment. I mean, I'm not worried. I mean, like, in all fairness, the trio champs being House of Black, give them a go, man. I mean, it's a good looking group. They've got a great entrance. I do think there's, you know, a bit of tightening there that needs to be done. I think the lights going off all the time is a bit of a problem. If you want to do it, then you've got to do it a lot quicker, as we keep saying. The lights go off for ages, and then when they come back up and they've gone, it's not really the biggest surprise. I mean, like, I feel like the lights are off for so long. Like, Roman Reigns could walk down to the ring and get in the ring, and he takes forever. Like, the lights tend to be off for ages. So that's the kind of thing I would tighten. I would also like to see some backstage sort of segments. I want to know a bit more about them. Like, why are they so spooky? What are they standing for? What's Julia Hart's, like, relationship in the group? Does she lead the group? Is she just a follower of the group? Like, I don't know what her role is. I don't know her relationship. In fact, I don't know what's Malachi's relationship to Brody. What's Brody's relationship to Buddy? Again, you know, maybe this is Bloodline being so good, where we know the Jimmy relationship with Sammy, and we know Sammy's relationship with Jay, and we know Sammy's relationship with Solo. We know Roman's relationship with Jay. Like, exploring those relationships was a big part of the success of Bloodline. I don't know anything about House of Black. So that could be something that could make some interesting TV. But I like them. I think they're good champs. So I'm totally down with trio champs being with House of Black. I was going to say Bloodline, House of Black. Guns being tag champs, I think they've got great potential. So I like them being champs. Jamie Hayter, I mean, what more do you need to say? Great. I mean, so popular, so over. Brilliant. And then MJF, I mean, has anyone had more praise? Has any homegrown talent had more praise than MJF? So you look at the big champs and you go, yeah, man, I like all of those. It's such a shame the ratings aren't cooking at the moment. But this is where, hopefully, if we turn the storyline stuff up a bit, and maybe if we can get CM Punk back, and maybe if we can get Mercedes Moné to come in, and we can get Switchblade to join, and blah, 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 blah. Maybe we can, like, kickstart some stuff, get some things going, you know. So, House of Black against Orange Cassidy and Best Friends. We got the Guns taking on FTR. We got Sammy Guevara taking on Commander. We've got Hook taking on the Firm's Ethan Page. That's for the FTW Championship. We got Jamie Hayter, I believe, defending against Rio. I mean, look at the belts that are on the line here. We got the trio belts up for grabs. We got the tag belts up for grabs with FTR's career on the line. We got the FTW Championship on the line, which I don't think is going to do much for too many people, but even so. And we've got the AEW Women's Championship on the line with Jamie Hayter against Rio. And we've got a Tony Khan. Very important announcement. And we've got Juice Robinson coming in from New Japan, taking on Ricky Starks. We got the Acclaimed giving their answer to the Jericho Appreciation Society. I feel like I might have missed the story on that one. I don't remember anything between the Acclaimed and the Jericho Appreciation Society. So that one's passed me by. But we'll see what that segment is. We're going to hear from the Blackpool Combat Club. Of course, as we said, Danielson last week coming back and attacking and turning heel. And so we ended up getting, Blackpool Combat Club. That'll be an interesting segment. See what the future holds for them. And it's MJF Day, apparently. MJF Day. So we're going to be hearing, I'm guessing, from MJF. So lots and lots and lots going down in AEW Town. Mitchell says, Tony Khan said this is going to be a milestone announcement, one of the biggest in AEW history. My guess is it's the Saturday or the third AEW show that's rumored to be at 6 p.m. Mitchell, shout out to you. Honestly, and I'm not just saying this has passed me by. This has absolutely passed me by. I haven't heard anything about a Saturday show. But then saying that, it's been so full on with WWE and WrestleMania, Stand and Deliver, The Sale, blah, 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 blah. You know, what's going on with Bray, what's happening with Cody, what's happening with Alexa, what's happening with LA Knight, Switchblade Jay White, blah, 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 all this kind of stuff. Yeah, that one, it's passed me by. So if there is going to be a Saturday show, that'll be interesting. Very interesting. I wonder how they'll make that work because Battle of the Belts has not been doing great on a Saturday. Rampage has settled, hasn't it, down to like the 300,000 on a Friday night. So to launch a new show on a Saturday, I mean, I'm guessing that it's going to have to be, I don't know what you do. Like, do you call it AEW Dynamite? More Dynamite. Dynamite 2. AEW Extra Dynamite. More Dynamite. Loads of Dynamite. More Dynamite than you can cope with. I don't know what you do. I don't know what you call it. I don't know how you pitch it. If you're going to call it like AEW Saturday Night or whatever, I mean, people will tune in to give it a little look, but God, all the indicators point that it's probably going to struggle. I mean, Battle of the Belts, they tend to put some, decent matches on Battle of the Belts, and the ratings of that just aren't great. Rampage, they've tried loads of stuff, but I feel like you have a very short window. You've kind of got the opportunity to make a first impression, and even then, that first impression, like, it might not work because, like, didn't Rampage launch? I can't remember if it launched, but it wasn't long into its life that CM Punk actually, I mean, don't forget CM Punk debuted on Rampage. CM Punk came in, they ended up doing, was it 1.2 million? I mean, you look at it now, and it's amazing that Rampage did 1.2 because its normal number is 300,000. What Dynamite would have done on a Wednesday if CM Punk had debuted on a Dynamite, I have no idea. But they debuted him on Rampage and they went from 300 and some thousand to 1.2. And now, I mean, they've tried stuff on Rampage, as we said, title matches and things like this, but it's very much settled at the 300,000 mark. And I know people are going to say, doesn't matter about ratings, just watch it and enjoy it. And I completely agree. But if the ratings are going to bomb, the show won't stick around. Like, if the ratings are going to struggle, then the show will end up going away. So ratings are important. I don't know how you pitch it. I don't know if it is going to be like a big, massive Saturday night thing. You're going to have to put all your eggs into that basket. I mean, every Jericho, MJF. I mean, basically, it's going to need to look like this. It's going to need to look like this show. I mean, look how stacked this is. We got 3 major titles being defended. We got a historic announcement. We got MJF on the show. We've got Daniel Bryan, John Moxley, Cesaro in a flipping group going to be doing a promo. We've got Commander back, who has definitely caught people's attention. He's taking on Sammy Guevara. Juice Robinson coming over from New Japan to take on Ricky Starks. FTR careers on the line. Like, I mean, tonight is stacked. Tonight is stacked. I'd imagine you're probably going to have to do something like that if the show's going to work on a Saturday. But tonight we'll find out, won't we? We'll find out. Gaming with Alex. Gaming with Alex said, where can I watch AEW in the UK? It's on Fights. So you have to purchase it on Fight. If you go to fite.tv, you go there, it's a website, and then you have to buy like a subscription things, like I think about $4.99 a month, something like that. And that allows you to watch the shows live. There may be illegal ways of doing it, but honestly, I don't know if they work, if they're live. But that's how I do it. I've got it in front of me right now. The official live stream, Dynamite through Fight. They do show it on ITV, but that's always a replay. So you can't watch it live there. Funko Pop Asylum, shout out to you. Vince as well. I want to shout out Vince for being kind to donate memberships, along with Alfie, of course, who is super, super supportive, as are just so many people in the community. So a massive, massive thank you. It really is. I mean, I'm looking forward to it, actually, tomorrow's member stream. Because I think we're at the point where we can add more emojis, more tier levels, just because we've had so many people join up recently because of the gifting of the memberships. We can like expand all of that. But also, this is, I keep saying it, your opportunity to talk to me. I mean, you can talk to me here, of course, but I'm sure, as you appreciate, there's a lot of people around. So I try to get to as many as I can. It's a lot easier on a member stream. So let's see. I'm looking forward to it. I always look forward to the member streams. They've been really, really good. Really good. Big Time Baxter said, Days, with AEW, you can't stop a decline. You're always fighting for viewers, but every show sees a decline. With Tony seeing lots of 800,000s, it's not sitting well with him. Should he stop panicking? I don't know. I mean, like, what I would say is every show is a fight. I mean, every show I do, it's like I start an hour early because I want to make sure that we're getting to as many people as possible. I'm putting out the best show possible. I mean, I could start when the show starts and just watch the show. That would be easier for me to only watch the show and just like literally talk about what's happening. Thanks a lot for watching. Bye for now, right? But I feel there's such value in this hour before where I can try and interact with as many people as possible, have time to talk about the news of the day, go through theories, go through questions, all of that kind of stuff. And I do that because I love it, but also I know that it makes for a better stream and a better show overall, right? So everything that I do is, trying to put out the best thing possible and trying to reach as many people as possible. And that's the same that Tony's doing. He's trying to put out the best thing that he can within the parameters that he's got. I mean, obviously he would love to have CM Punk on the show, but that's not happening at the moment. He would love to have, I'm sure, Mercedes Moné, but for whatever reason, they've not been able to come to a deal. I mean, if I'm sure he spoke to her, and I'm sure he's offered us a number, and she either doesn't think the number's quite high enough, or she's a bit busy at the moment, or she's still feeling that she'll go back to WWE. She doesn't want to upset anyone, maybe. Don't know about that one. Her upsetting WWE, I don't think would be a problem, but who knows? But yeah, as I said, within the parameters that he's got, within like what he can control, he's trying to put out the best show possible. So I don't know that it's a panic. I think it's just a case of this is how, I mean, everyone's in the same boat. Everyone that does puts out a video, everyone that puts out a short, everyone that puts out a TikTok, everyone that puts out a stream, everyone that puts out a TV show or a movie, everyone is fighting for your attention. And that's why when WWE say that they're in competition with everything and everyone, I mean, they are right. They're not lying. That's not a cop-out answer. I mean, we do live in a world now where people can decide to spend their whole evening watching the history of Star Trek if they want. They could go from episode 1 and go all the way through Star Trek, right? You wouldn't do it in one night, but, you know, you'd give it a good go, right? You'd probably get somewhere up to, I would say, Next Generation, right? I reckon you'd do the first, you probably do the original series, get into Next Generation. I don't know. There's animated series as well. Let's not get into it. But my point is, that would be competition for WWE on a Monday night. If someone chose their time to watch that and do that over watch Raw or Dynamite, then that's competition. And that option, I mean, it just wasn't really a thing back in like the 80s and the 90s. I mean, there were video players, but not people didn't have access to the amount of shows they have access to now. Do you know what I mean? I mean, video rental stores were a thing where people would go and browse and pick a movie for the night. Whereas now, I mean, here's pretty much every movie that's ever been made on the internet. You know, granted, you might have to pay a little bit, but, you know, it's there. It's there if you want to sit down and watch something from the 20s, the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, old TV shows. I mean, God knows how many hours of content goes up onto YouTube, etc. So, I mean, I think I feel a bit of sympathy in regards to the fights, the ratings that Tony and everyone goes through, because, as we said, you know, that's very relatable. In regards to like how does he turn it around? What can he do? Well, I mean, look, everyone's got a different idea as to what they want from AEW. Some people want it to be more sports. Some people want it to be like WWE, but just better. Some people want it to be storylines. Some people want it just to be more wrestling. Everyone's got an idea as to what the alternative to WWE should look like. So the truth is, you're not going to please everyone. I mean, you've just got to do the best you can within the parameters that you operate in. And that's up to you to decide as to whether Tony's doing a good job or not. I would say if you're a diehard AEW fan, then Tony's done a great job. I would say if you're someone that's not been impressed with the product in recent times, then you're probably thinking Tony's out his depth and he needs to get a booker. And, you know, it is what it is, isn't it? It is what it is. So he's got it. So it's around 800,000. I mean, I've no doubt he wants that to improve. I think the show he's putting on today is, I mean, honestly, I look at this and I don't, obviously we haven't seen the show, but just looking at this, I mean, this deserves a good rating because he is definitely putting some stuff out there to get viewers. Like, you know, this deserves to at least have people check it out. Because FTR putting their careers on the line. I mean, you're not going to do that all the time. And as we said, you know, 3 big championships. I think the Trios belts are big belts. Obviously, they came from the Elite. House of Black have got them now. So Trios titles on the line, tag titles on the line, women's titles on the line, careers on the line. You got Juice Robinson from New Japan. I mean, Commander, is he? CMLL, AAA is one of them. So, like, he's come over from that promotion. We got the women's belt on the line. People love Jamie Hayter. I mean, and obviously the Tony Khan big, massive announcement. So, I think the ratings for this will be good. Sadly, I think they'll only be good because people want to know the announcement. Maybe you can make the argument Tony has, like, given us too much. I mean, maybe you could make the argument that, you know, if you do big show every week and you put title matches on all the time, then it loses its impact. It's the same as like announcements. If you're going to do big announcements like all the time, eventually people will stop believing that they're big announcements. Certainly if they don't think like the last one where he announced All Access, if they don't think that was that good of an announcement, then they might not believe this is going to be a big announcement. So I can see the argument of people saying that AEW may have shot themselves in the foot, but I don't know. For me, like, it's really interesting. For me, it's awesome because I don't have any money involved in this, and I can sit back and I can watch someone try to build a wrestling company in front of my eyes, and I can watch what they do, and I can see the reaction to it. And I mean, it's like a free education, really, to be honest. I mean, if anything, I mean, even if you hate AEW, if you loathe AEW, I would still say, like, just watch and just learn and just see what they're doing, see what is working with their audience, see what is not working, because it's just this free education. It's just this free education as to, like, you know, you can learn from their mistakes. Not that we're going to go and open up a wrestling promotion, but it gives you gives you a good idea as to what people are looking for with wrestling, what works in wrestling, what doesn't work in wrestling, what the pitfalls are. And then that way in the future, if another company comes along, you'll have a good understanding as to, well, I think this will work because AEW did this and it worked, or AEW tried this and it didn't work. And, you know, that it just gives you that knowledge, you know, that you can have good, educated conversations about wrestling because you've watched these things unfold. Because I've watched wrestling for so long, I've got points of reference that I can go back to where I can say, well, you know, we did this around, I don't know, WrestleMania 30. We did this around WrestleMania 25. We did this around Backlash last year or whatever it might be. So I can use them as point of references to say, I think this would work now. I don't think this would work now. It feels very similar to this. AEW has given us tons of that kind of that ability to kind of benchmark against what they've done. So, as I said, love them all over. What I would say is it's been fantastic to watch the journey of a businessman set up a company from nothing and watch the highs, the lows, you know, the drama, the talking points. So, it's fascinating. It's really, really interesting. And it continues to be interesting. Everyone in the chat right now would have their own ideas as to how they would get AEW consistently to 1 million, I'm sure. I'm sure that all of you would be able to, like, say, okay, well, I would do this, and this. Whether it would work or not, we don't know. But it's interesting to see what Tony is doing, to see what he has got to try and get it to consistently around 1 million. Because you've got to think that's the goal, isn't it? Because in all fairness, once he gets to 1 million, he'll want it consistently at 1.1. And then when he's at 1.1, he'll want it consistently at 1.2. Like, you're always aiming and targeting something. So I have to think his target probably is the 1 million. Probably is, like, right, we're around this 830. I mean, maybe it's 900,000. Perhaps he's just trying to get to that first. But whatever, he is putting out a show to clearly try and improve the numbers, because you would always look to do that. And as I said, it's interesting to see and watch him going through that process. But cue the light night. Shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the support. And Alfie, Alfie, I think you fired in enough memberships, my friends. I think you've done enough. You can sit back and relax at this point, knowing that you have absolutely supported the channel to the max. So shout out to you, bud. Right, let's go down. Let's try and get, what time is it? Oh, okay, wow, we've only got 13 minutes. Oh, my God. Days, AEW just needs their own identity. Don't copy any other promotion. Just make sure the shows are good week in, week out. Get the consistency, and they will be fine. And actually, you know, look, James is someone it's really worth listening to, because I mean, I don't know if there's anyone that watches as much wrestling as what James watches. And he will have a real good idea. I mean, this is where, as I said, you watch these shows and you can learn from their mistakes and you can see what works, you can see what fails. And James watches so many different promotions. I mean, again, just getting all of that knowledge from all these other places. And again, what works, what fails, learning from their mistakes, but also learning from their successes. And I mean, that is the key, isn't it? It's consistency. If you can consistently put out great shows that please your audience, and hopefully don't alienate new fans. I mean, that's obviously something you don't want to do. You want to please your audience, but you want to be welcoming to new fans as well. Have a storyline, but not a storyline that's so in depth that someone watching for the first time is just, what is going on? What is this? How do I catch up with what all this is about? That's difficult. That's difficult. This might explain why wrestling has never really gone into really in-depth stories, because it can be difficult to pick it up. If you are new, and you have to remember there's people watching AEW and WWE for the first time every single show. There will be a kid, or there will be, a bored adult or someone that will be watching, multiple people that will be watching for the very, very first time. We all watched wrestling for the first time one week, and, that obviously still continues to this day. So you want to make sure that you are pleasing your fan base, but also being accessible as well. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it is possible that you can put out banging shows and it just doesn't land. There's plenty of things that were not appreciated at their time that you look back on and you go, that was awesome. That was amazing. And they don't get really appreciated until after the fact. I mean, I can't say that that's what's happening with AEW or whatever, but I think, yeah, there's a lot to be said for just delivering consistently entertaining shows that are accessible and that, just put a smile on people's faces and they're excited for the next week. If you can keep doing that, I've got to be thinking you stand a great chance of those ratings improving. I agree, James. Brenton said, what if the announcement is Forbidden Door 2, but it's going to be in Tokyo? I feel as though whatever the announcement is, people will complain. Thought it would be the London debut, but Forbidden Door did cross my mind. Well, if it's Forbidden Door 2 and it's going to be in Tokyo, I would say if it's Tokyo Dome, I mean, if they've got the Tokyo Dome and they're going to use New Japan, obviously, Forbidden Door, I don't think anyone will be disappointed with that. I don't think you can be disappointed with that. If AEW were doing a Tokyo Dome show, I really think it would need to be the Dome. That's the only thing, though. I think the Dome and New Japan have shown that they can sell the Dome, right? You put in all the AEW stars as well, bring back Kenny Omega, of course, and Bryan Danielson, John Moxley, all of these guys. The Young Bucks are coming back. I've got to think they stand a good chance of selling the Dome out in the summer. Right? I've got to think, as long as there's a gap there, they can sell it out for Wrestle Kingdom in January. So why can't they sell it out at some other point in the year? I understand that you're not going to want to, it's going to be hard. WWE might struggle to do 2 WrestleManias, but saying that they do manage to do big shows, we know that SummerSlam's going to be at a 65,000 stadium. Royal Rumble is certainly not at a small venue. I mean, that's normally 40-odd thousand inside some baseball ground. I'd have to think that if AEW and New Japan can join up, go over to Tokyo, that would be good. I mean, if it's not the Tokyo Dome, I mean, it's not the end of the world. Going over to Tokyo, going over to Japan, I mean, that's still exciting. But I just think wrestling fans, myself included, that's I think a lot of us tend to watch New Japan and we tend to watch Wrestle Kingdom. I mean, I must admit, I keep an eye on what's happening. I don't sit and watch New Japan shows, but if people are raving about some G1 match, I will try and check out some highlights of it. I think that I probably go a little further than maybe some other people do. I think, there's a lot of people that don't watch any New Japan. But for me, Tokyo Dome is it's synonymous with New Japan. It's that for me would be if they announce Forbidden Door 2 in Tokyo, cool, nice, right? I wouldn't complain about it. Fine. If it's Tokyo Dome, wow. That's amazing. That would be, that's where for me it goes to a different level. So I suppose in a way it's a bit like saying we're going to play, we're going to go to London, right? And you go, oh, that's cool. And then they go, it's going to be at Wembley. You go, whoa, Wembley, wow. Going to London is cool, but then doing Wembley is just that next level up. And that's what it would be like. We're doing Forbidden Door in Tokyo. Cool. It's at the Tokyo Dome. Wow. It just goes that next level. So, don't know. Could be. It really could be. We'd have to wait and see. Godfather's Ho said you should have segments to the stream of news, rumors, preview, predictions, moment of the week. I will be the producer and you can pay me with that sticky, icky. Godfather's Ho, shout out to you. I don't know. I have wondered about doing stuff like that in the past where we kind of break it down into like segments, whatever, but not maybe as many of those, but like doing some sort of segments to the streams. But I just think that it's probably just better to just answer questions there's people coming and going all the time. So it's probably better to just people know we've got this hour. I'll try and get to questions. I do get stuck into subjects, as people know, but we'll try and get to people's thoughts, theories, comments, questions. If I don't, hopefully other people in the chat are talking about things anyway, which, I'd love to see like that, more of that, where people are like, I love that point, such and such. That's an awesome point. What if this happens? Such and such. I think that's cool, but what if it happens instead? Blah, blah, blah. And there's like those kind of conversations. I'd love to find a way of encouraging more of that. But the only problem with that would be, as I said, I think the fact that it's just we go where we need to go. We're kind of fast and free, and like you never know when breaking news is going to come in and things along those lines. I think it's probably better that it's a bit more flexible. That's the word I'm going to use. Flexible. Inside Out and again said AEW is more diverse and culturally can't even say the word, culturally friendly than WWE. Tony is doing his best and he means well. Robert said announcement is going to be a new belt. Oh, Gregor says Ballyho, Gregor. That makes me think of Mr. Rotella. Adam Rotella. I haven't thought about Mr. Rotella in forever. I hope he's well. I think I saw him, that he was off YouTube these days. I don't know. I honestly haven't heard from Mr. Rotella in years. But Ballyho makes me think of him. Corey said, "Are you lactose intolerant?" Who, me? No. I'm pretty much intolerant of most things, but not lactose. More wrestling things. Celebrities in wrestling. I'm celebrities that want to wrestle intolerant. That's what I am. Unless they're called Snoop. And then in my eyes, you're a god. Corey said, Days, guess I'm an AEW fan now. Corey, shout out to you. Yeah, I mean, there's been lots of hashtag Fire Vince, hasn't there? That's been doing the rounds. LSW showed me a video of the bump, and the chat was just hashtag Fire Vince, Fire Vince, Fire Vince, all this kind of stuff. It's become a meme. Hasn't it? That's what it's become a movement. It's taken a life on of its own, which is again very interesting to see, very interesting to watch. I don't know if I'm going to be perfectly honest who's meant to fire Vince, because Vince, the sale doesn't go through till the second part of the year. So Endeavor are not actually in charge of WWE at this point. So at the moment, the owner is Vince. So Vince would have to fire himself. So like, I can't. God bless people for trying, but until the sale actually goes through in the second part of the year, there's no one that can fire Vince. And even when that sale goes through, Vince is one of the two most powerful people that's going to be in this new company. So like even, and the other person said, I ain't touching the wrestling side. I'm leaving that to Vince. So even when the sale goes through, Vince will be in charge of WWE. So again, even when the sale goes through at the end of the year, it's going to have to be Vince that fires Vince. There is a board that can vote to fire Vince, but that's a board that's made up of businessmen that honestly ain't looking at Twitter. I mean, these are people in like $1 million suits that are heads of industry that are not looking at Twitter. And even if they were, like, they would be more interested in the ratings and everything. So this Fire Vince kind of movement, if you will, it's fun. It's fun. I've definitely engaged with it myself. But, I mean, I don't know if anyone's, like, expecting it to have some sort of result. But as of right now, Vince would have to fire himself because he's the owner of WWE. So, yeah, I think there's a fair few people that are maybe becoming AEW fans. Maybe certainly if Vince is going to be sticking around. As we said, though, there is a chance, and I would say a good chance as well, not to put false hope out there, but there is a chance that on Monday he was only there because he was in town. Because we know he was at WrestleMania. Of course he was at WrestleMania. He will always be at WrestleMania. And Raw was in LA, the same place as WrestleMania. So Vince was in town. Raw was in town. Vince has just secured this big sale. He's feeling on top of the world. How's he going to celebrate? He's going to go to Raw. He's going to go to the gorilla position. He's going to put the headset on. He's going to tell people what to do. That's what he enjoys doing most in the world. It's his favorite thing. But will he go to SmackDown? Will he travel to SmackDown? Will he go to Portland and put the headset on for SmackDown? That is going to be huge. Friday is all people. Forget Jay White, forget Bron Breakker, forget Roman Reigns, forget Cody Rhodes, forget the Bloodline, forget everything. The only thing that is people are going to want to know is Vince at SmackDown? That is it. That is the only question that needs answered on Friday. That is it. I joked the other day that on Friday I could put a short out late on Friday where I'm literally like, guys, is Vince at SmackDown? Yes. And that's it. And that's all I need to do. Just give you the honest answer. Once we find out, that's all I need to do. And that's all anyone's going to care about. And that's all anyone's going to want to talk about. So that is going to be Friday and it's going to be huge. There is a chance Monday was a one-off. There is a chance. But yeah, Corey, shout out to you, bud. What are we starting with here? I think we're starting with Ricky Starks. Corey said, Days, I think I'll be fine. I can't live through another Brock Roman match or a 24/7 championship. What about Brock versus Roman for the 24/7 championship? Dream match. Let's do it. I say, rather than fear it, let's embrace it. Let's embrace it. Let's open our arms up to it. Let's get Katie Vick 2. Let's redo that story, but only this time we'll retell it with LA Knight. Or actually, no, sorry. We'll retell it with Max Dupree. Oh no, what's going on? What? Is that Jay White? Jay White's come down. Jay White has come down. I didn't even know Jay White had come down. Is Jay White here? Well, Jay White is here. Jay White is on the show. Has he signed, or is this just a one-off? Like, Jay White is here. Jay White is in the ring. Switchblade Jay White is in the ring. Jay White embracing Juice Robinson. Jay White on AEW. Kick to the midsection, back elbow. I mean, Jay White hasn't got a home. If he's going to WWE, it wouldn't make any sense as to why he would be on AEW. Damn, this feels like it's a big show, man. This feels like it's a big show. Jay White in the ring. I want to know if he's going to say something. I want to know if he's going to talk. Blade Runner by Switchblade. Switchblade, Jay White in the ring. Give him a microphone. Give him a microphone. I want to know, is he staying? Give him a microphone. What does this mean? Switchblade is in the house. News vids. Well, it's got to be in it, but I don't know that he's here. I think he's got to, innit? He's got to. He's got to be here. I can't believe that they would have him come in if he's not signed a deal. Switchblade, man. I wanted the microphone. Give him the microphone. Give him the microphone. So that match was a no contest. It means we're not getting Ricky Stark. This is my era, says Switchblade. Imagine if Tony comes out, he's like, guys, we've signed Jay White. And we'd be like, okay, we figured that out. Thanks. Wow. Excalibur said this is going to be one of the biggest nights. They've still got that massive announcement still to come. Excalibur said there's so much more to come. Let's do this quick video then. Massive breaking news coming out of AEW, the person that people were waiting for over WrestleMania weekend at Raw, maybe even some waiting during NXT, has arrived in AEW. Switchblade. Jay White comes running down at the start of Dynamite and helps take out Ricky Starks. This is huge. This is one of the hottest free agents in all of wrestling. This guy is main event. He is box office. He is big money. He is, as I said, like potentially like a Seth Rollins type character, that sort of level. And seemingly he is signed with AEW. Nothing's been confirmed. We haven't had any confirmation from AEW. There is every chance that AEW are going to go onto social media and put out the Jay White is all elite graphic and like give us that confirmation. But as we said, nothing confirmed. Although, as I am saying that, Tony Khan has sent confirmation coming through by Tony Khan on social media. It has now been confirmed live. Switchblade Jay White is all elite. Wow. That is a monster announcement. AEW have just signed the hottest free agent in all of professional wrestling. Massive news. Damn. Switchblade is all elite. Damn! Confirmation coming through live. That is sick. That is sick. That is a great signing by AEW. That is a great signing. Damn. I really wanted him in WWE. I really did. I really rate him. I really rate him. I really was hoping that we were going to see him. I thought it would be Raw. Okay. Well, let's put this up. Switchblade Jay White is all elites. And that's big, man. He did things in the past. He did, but he wasn't in the company. Like, it's one thing to come in and be a part of New Japan and do, like, you know, a feud, do a one-off thing. It's something completely different for this to now be your home, where you can now tell stories and be on the show week after week after week after week. I really love that signing. I really love that signing. That's the kind of... That is not, you know, this is going to sound bad, right? And I don't mean for this to sound bad, but this is not them picking up someone that's just been fired because they weren't quite good enough for WWE. Like, that sounds bad because a lot of people that left WWE were good enough for WWE. It's just WWE, for whatever reason, didn't see the value in them, but they cut them and then AEW picked them up. You know, like we've got Keith Lee on screen right now, Malachi Black, Ruby Soho, blah, 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 blah. Jay White is not in that bracket. Jay White could have stayed with New Japan. He decided to leave, and now here he is in AEW. This is big news. This is big news. This is a really good signing for them. A really good signing for them. And as I said, no shade on Keith Lee, blah, 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 blah. But this is different. This is different to those. Okay, so we were just backstage with Jericho and Keith Lee. Keith Lee getting in the face of Chris Jericho. It's big news, isn't it? Jay White going to be on Dark in 4 weeks, said Horror King Mayhem. Well, listen, the challenge is there now, isn't it? That's the challenge. It's up to them how they use him. They've gone and got themselves a big star, someone that can really cut promos, someone that can really go in the ring. You have gone and got yourself one of the best professional wrestlers in the world. However you use him now, that's up to you. This is going to be a big test for Tony and Tony's booking. It's going to be a big test. Right, here is the House of Black. House of Black making their way down. House of Black versus Best Friends and OC. Right, I want to jump in the chat, see what people are saying about that in a second. The merger of WWE and UFC is bigger than that, said Janari. Yeah, but I don't think we need to compare, do we? Do we need to compare? Do we need to compare the sale of WWE for like $9 billion to Jay White coming in? Undeniably, the sale of WWE is bigger. We don't quite know what that's going to mean for the shows that we watch on a weekly basis. We don't know if that's going to make the shows better. It might make the shows worse. Ultimately, we have no idea because we have no idea quite what the new owners are going to look to do. So, as we said, you know, we don't quite know how that's going to play out. But this is massive news, and this I mean I can't see this making AEW a worse show. I can't see this making things like worse for Dynamite. I can only imagine this is going to improve things if you add someone of real value and real talent. It's good. I mean, listen, I've said before, like I call it as I see it. If I think a show's not great, I'll tell you it's not great. If I think something's good, I'll tell you it's good. if Switchblade had rocked up to WWE on Monday, I would have been super excited. I think he's a fantastic signing. So whether he went to WWE, whether he went to AEW, I think wherever he lands, I think he's a great signing. I genuinely do. Right, we are at commercial break. I wonder if WWE pay-per-views will return to a Sunday, said Jim, so they don't collide with UFC. It's a really good point, that is, but I think there's a really good chance that they will move to a Sunday so they don't collide. It would make sense that they wouldn't want their programming to get in each other's way. So, yeah, good shout. Nelly now said FTR had better win tonight. I want to get to your comment, Mitchell, but my internet's been super, super slow at the moment. It's been really trash, actually. It seems to be struggling a little bit. There might be a little lag for a moment. I'm just going to warn you. Might be a little... I don't even know if I will, actually. I was going to say there might be a little lag, but... yeah, there might be a little lag moment. Let's see where we are. There we go. 4 title matches tonight. Sweet, says Heather. Switchblade said, how is AEW doing a better Raw after Mania than WWE? Well, I mean, look, I know there's a lot of people that don't like AEW. I know there's a lot of people that don't want to see them succeed. Honestly, that's fine. I mean, if that's how people feel, that's fine. You know, absolutely each to their own. There's plenty of people that enjoy tuning into Jim Cornette to get his thoughts on AEW, and a lot of people enjoy listening to him like rip into the product. As I said, I'm quite happy to do that. I'm quite happy to rip into it, but I'll only do it if I think that it warrants it. I'll only do it if I think the show is deserving of it. That's a great signing, man. That is a great signing. Whether they use him right, that could be a different thing. Okay, here come the best friends. Oh, we got Sue, is it? Sue, driving best friends. Trent's mom, who was, she was over during the pandemic, like lockdown. But this is a statement of a start from AEW. Jay White debut, then Lee Jericho. A lot of unhappy WWE stars probably watching, along with disappointed WWE fans. That's a good point, actually. A lot of disappointed WWE fans, a lot of fire Vince and all that kind of stuff. This is how you go, hey, you know, if you're unhappy, look at what we can provide for you. If you're unhappy, this is what we're doing. I don't tune into lives, but I'm here to support anyway. Cam Vlogs, shout out to you, buddy. Appreciate it. Let's try and go back to the live. I wanted to get to Mitchell's comment. Straight up, that's one of my favorite moments of the past like several days. It's one of my favorite moments of the past maybe year. I mean, that's cool. That's I'm surprised WWE didn't go harder for him, to be honest, and really try to bring him in. Corey Mitchell, did I read yours? Again, I honestly think the chat has got worse. I don't know if YouTube have changed anything. I can only go back like so far. I can only go back like, I don't know, the past 200 comments, something like that. That's all it'll let me go back. I haven't even got the little thing at the top to click to go to it. Honestly, it's ridiculous. How am I meant to get to the super chats in time before they disappear? So if I haven't read your super chat, feel free to put it in again, Corey Mitchell, and I'll try to read them. I think people misunderstand Cornette. I'm a Cornette guy. He wants AEW to succeed. That's why he's engaged with AEW, does stupid stuff on their TV, says Brenton. I don't think it's not a misunderstanding. I don't misunderstand him because I've listened to a lot of his shows. It's not that he's doing it just because he wants to do it. He's doing it because it's not the programming that he wants. This isn't the promotion that he wants. He doesn't want wrestling presented this way. And he'd be quite happy to support an alternative to WWE, but just what they have been providing is so far away from what he wants that he, rips into it. But what that has bred is it has now bred a bit of a movement of people that just like to tune in to listen to him rip into AEW. Like, there are people out there that every week just want to hear him rip into AEW, even if the show's good. Even if the show's good, and even if, thing like Switchblade or this kind of stuff, there's people out there that still want to tune in to hear that. That's the content that they enjoy. And it's kind of bred a bit of a movement like that. I'm not saying it's his fault. It's just a side effect thing. It's just, it's one of those things. But this is, if you do something enough like that and people come to expect it, it's what people enjoy. People love sending him clips from indie shows and all of this just to get his reaction. They want to hear his reaction. They want to hear him be angry. They want to hear his response. So it's there's kind of a movement like that. There's people that just want it to fail. So even if you do go, that was really good, there'll be people out there that will find a way of spinning it that it's not, and there'll be people that don't want to admit that it is, which is fine. And to some people, maybe it won't be. Maybe people just don't care, don't know who he is, or don't care. But as I said, I'm not interested in just laying into it for the sake of laying into it. I'm sure if you are that way inclined, they'll give you something to moan about soon. Just keep watching. Watch Rampage, watch Dark or Elevation. Eric Bischoff truly doesn't like AEW. That's my impression, said X Mulder. Colin said Jay White versus David Finlay at Forbidden Door juices conflict because of warfare. Steven said Sean Ross Sapp said earlier that Vince told WWE not to take calls from Jay White. Sean said earlier that Vince said that. Did he? How would he know that Vince said, don't take calls? I haven't seen that report. I'd be really interested in seeing that. Really interested. Mitchell said AEW's first 5 minutes have been better than the entire Raw after Mania. Lol, says Mitchell. Lol. Rotem, shout out to you, bud. I hope you are well. CAT said Corny knows his audience and how to keep working them. Look, no shade. I listen to Jim Cornette. I think that I enjoy listening to him talk about older wrestling because he is very knowledgeable. I mean, no one would say he isn't. He is very, very knowledgeable. And I think that his takes on modern wrestling can still be interesting. I find myself agreeing with some of the points he makes, but I disagree with some of the points he makes as well. I don't sit there and agree with everything he's saying by any means. But it doesn't mean that I still don't find it interesting what he is saying. But as I said, there's a whole conversation that can be had because it is such an influential show. And it really is. I mean, it's massive. There's so many people that listen to it. Their clips are everywhere, all over. You can't avoid them. Clips are all over YouTube. And Obviously, there's lots of comments that get made on Twitter and social media, and it's there's probably an interesting conversation to be had about the impact of that show and how it affects the perception of AEW. But I think we'll save that for another time. Ali said the announcement is going to be about CM Punk ? Could be. We don't know, but we don't know. We're waiting to find out. Certainly not going to be about Jay White signing, is it? So one of those options has gone from the poll. Kick coming in there by Malachi, going for the cover. Out of the ring, into their lives. Tonight, AEW All Access. I want it to be a video game release detail, says Meave. Zoom said, I like Orange Cassidy, but does he have to get 20 minutes every week? Switchblade said, who have you got out of Izzy and Alex? I've got Izzy. Have you seen that Kevin Holland and Masvidal got into a fight? That would be great. I haven't, to be honest. Honestly, I mean, outside of like doing the actual streams, the time I get to watch and look into the world of UFC is minimal, unfortunately. I'd love to be able to do that. I'd love to be able to like look into more UFC stuff, but the wrestling stuff just takes up so much time. So I can't say I've seen much happening in that world over the past weekend. I will be doing my predictions and everything for it. There won't be a video that goes out for it, but I always write my predictions down and do all my notes and everything ready for the stream. So I'm doing all of that tonight. So in regards to who I think is going to win, I always go into these matches think Izzy. I always think Izzy. I thought the last one would be Izzy, so I'll probably end up sticking the same. But it does seem like Pereira's got his number, so. Going to be an interesting one. It's a big main event. Anything involving Adesanya is always big. Here's Orange Cassidy. Okay, that sucked. You could actually see Brody King standing and waiting for them to flip Orange Cassidy on top of him. Right, Malachi in the ring. Powerbomb. Malachi goes down. 1, 2. Shoulder up there by Malachi. We got Roosh. Charging over. Oh, big strike there by Buddy. Brody in the ring. Oh, knee strike there by Trent. Trent gets grabbed by Malachi. Malachi picks him up, plants him down. A bit of a brain buster. In comes Orange Cassidy. Back heel kick just misses. We've got Orange Cassidy. We got Malachi. Both in the ring. What are we doing here? Oh, the soft kicks are coming in. Soft kicks there by Orange Cassidy. Malachi boots Orange Cassidy, knocks him down. Stun dog. Stun dog by Orange Cassidy. There's Anna J backstage watching Julia Hart. This match is clunky. People are saying that it's a little bit behind. Let me refresh it and see if there's been a bit of lag or something. Okay, well, a win for the House. I just refreshed and it just showed me the House of Black victorious. People saying that it was a little bit delayed, so I just refreshed it and is that Luchasaurus? Luchasaurus is here. Luchasaurus with Christian. Luchasaurus has got the an interesting shoulder pad. this feels, I mean, this Dynamite doesn't feel like other Dynamites so far. I mean, like the Jay White thing at the start, Keith Lee and Jericho. And then, well, now we've just got Luchasaurus. Okay, we move away from the commentary table. Now we've got Rio coming out. We're going into the women's title match. So now we're going into the women's championship. So House of Black have retained their trios titles. Now we're going into Rio against Jamie Hayter. So now we've got the women's title on the line. This has got a bit of a pay-per-view feel to it. It feels like a pay-per-view where we've started off with here's Switchblade Jay White. Now we're going to, do a big backstage segment. Here's Sue rocking up with Best Friends. Now we're going to do Best Friends against House of Black. Now we're going to do, for the trios belts. Now we're going to do the women's title. Like, they are really, we've only 28 minutes in. They have stacked. They have stacked the open to this. Here is Jamie Hayter then making her way down. Her 2023 record is 5-0. Here's Britt. Jamie is making her way down to the ring. Her 2023 record is 5-0, and it's early April. She's only had 5 matches in 2023. Who is she? Roman Reigns. Jamie in the ring. New booker in charge, said Gregor. Brilliant show so far, said Christopher. And we still got the announcement and MJF still to come. CAT said, I think Cornette's giving his honest opinion about how he wishes wrestling to be instead of how it actually is. But he does have an audience ready for negativity, says CAT. I agree with that. I agree with that. And as we said, this isn't a shade on Cornette, his show, his audience. There's no shade on it. I've said I listen to his show. Find it entertaining. So there's no shade there. It's just an interesting conversation. Rio goes against the ropes. Down goes Jamie. Did Luchasaurus have his mask? I believe he did, actually. I mean, he was in the shadows. And he sort of walked through the shadows. And he had the shoulder pad on. I mean, I might be able to find a picture, actually. Have a look and see what I can find. Luchasaurus. There we go. Yeah, he did. He did. So I don't think we've seen Christian since Christian was buried. And when we say buried, we mean literally. It wasn't bad booking. He was actually buried. But we haven't seen Christian since then, but he's back. And he is back with Luchasaurus. There's Luchasaurus. So Luchasaurus emerging from this sort of red light. I don't know if there was some smoke. I think there was. And so, yeah, he did have the mask, but this shoulder piece as well. He looks like a member of the Ascension. Surprises are overrated, but I said Jay White wasn't going to come to WWE months ago, says Tim. Don't let Jay White in AEW distract you. WWE gave us the best in the world, Shane O'Mac. Listen, there is not anything that AEW can do tonight that will be a greater, more iconic moment than Shane doing his quad and then Jessica Carr going, people's elbow, people's elbow, people's elbow, like several times to Snoop. I think she was genuinely panicked that he wasn't understanding or listening to what she was saying, because I've watched that segment a few times. She has to say it a few times to him. People's elbow, people's elbow, people's elbow. Snoop is so cool. So cool. He no-sells it. I have no idea at what point it goes in his head, but he's just so laid back and just living his best life. There's no looking at her and nodding. There's none of that. There's no acknowledgement of, yeah, I hear you, right? Nothing. Just completely in his own groove, man. It's a goated moment. It is a goat. It's an underrated moment. It is a true WrestleMania moment. Kick to the side of the head by, and I will always love Shane for that. I will always love Shane for that. Imagine if someone good had come out and we just got a match. That would have been nowhere near as entertaining. We should, do you know what? I'd go as far as to say we should always bring Shane out. We should always bring Shane out because there's a great chance it's going to go wrong every single time. Oh, Rio planted on the edge of the ring by Jamie Hayter. Britt Baker, of course, at ringside. Rio has been planted on the edge of the ring. Jamie back up on her feet, going over to the ring, grabbing Rio, rolling her into the ring. Jamie climbing up. And didn't the cameraman say punch to Snoop? Oh, I didn't hear the cameraman say punch. Did he say that? That's interesting. I haven't heard. I can't say I've seen that. I mean, maybe he. I'll have to listen to that. Maybe he did. Because I would love. I've said this before. I would love to hear Snoop talk about it and Jessica talk about it. How it's so amazing to me. How did they live manage to get a celebrity like Snoop Dogg through that segment? Like, how much of it was him just doing what he did instinctively? How much was then communicating to him? Like, I would love to get the breakdown. Like, what was Jessica thinking? Was there an alternative? If like, or was she literally like, I need Snoop to do the people's elbow? What if he didn't do it? What if he just stood there and looked at her and looked confused? What would she have done? Would she have done it? Would she have done the people's elbow? Like, what did that cross her mind at any point? I would. Oh God, I would so love to have an insight into her mind. And I mean, in Miz's mind, he just looks scared. Simple as that. He just looks like, oh my God. What do I do? What do I do? And I said on the Wrestling Escape pod, I feel so sorry for him because you can't do anything with Shane. He's down. You can't just go and punch Snoop Dogg because Snoop doesn't know what's happening. So, you'd look at that and go, if I hit him, he might not react the way I want him to react. I need him to hit. How do I get him to hit me? Like, how do I, like, all of this must have been going through his head. I feel so sorry for him. And then out of nowhere, Snoop comes in and goes, bang. It's amazing. It's an amazing moment. It's an amazing moment. I don't know if we're at commercial break or not, but we've slowed down here. We've actually got Jamie Hayter kissing her biceps in the ring, looking out at the fans. Rio's been chucked into the corner. Feels like we might be at commercial break. Snoop will be talking about that whilst blazing one on a podcast soon. I hope so. I hope so. I'd love to hear a breakdown of it. When did he hear her say it? Did he hear it the first time? Did he not hear it? 'Cause the noise and the adrenaline, like, was it the third time she said it, he heard it? It's funny because if someone goes do a people's elbow, I mean, honestly, in that moment, and we all know what a people's elbow is, but with 80-odd thousand people watching you, a segment falling apart in front of your eyes, like, there would be that moment where you'd be like, okay, people's elbow. And you'd have to, I'd have to think about it. He just shades off. Does the thing. He just goes, he's so laid back, man. He is so laid back. Amazing. Amazing moment. Honestly, if someone went to me in that moment, people's elbow, I'd be like, okay, people's elbow. There'd have to be that, brief moment of processing. People's elbow. I'd have to be thinking, okay, which rope am I going to first? Which rope am I going to first? I got to do the thing. If I'm wearing shades, yeah. I mean, in my head, this is what I'm thinking. None of that with Snoop. Just did it. Just did it. It's amazing. It's goat. Goat dog. That's what he is. Snoop goat. Snoop goat. Nelson said, I wanted Jay White in WWE. Triple H should go to AEW or create a new company, said Nelson. Mitchell said, Austin and I are going to be expanding to Mustin 316. Triple M, Mustin Muffin Mafia. We've got Roman, AJ, Jay White, Will Ospreay. I'm willing to bring in Linda if you want to be our manager. Oh, hang on. Jay White. Got him on the brain. Jamie Hayter looking for the cover, but a kick out there by Riho. No, thank you. I'm a bit busy. I don't know if you've noticed. I'm a little bit busy. But I wish you and Austin. It's nice that Austin's found a friend at long last. So that's very exciting. Right, we've got Jamie in the corner. She's going to look to suplex Rio. Rolls over. She's keeping a hold of Rio. Picks her up. I thought she was going for a Michinoku, but it's a reversal. It's a reversal there by Rio as Jamie goes down. LMAO Cody sign. Laugh my ass off, Cody. LMAO Cody sign in the crowd for AEW. That's fun. That's fun. Someone should take a give Dana Brooke a chance sign to AEW, because apparently WWE confiscated that. Oh, they should take a hashtag Fire Vince sign. I'm pretty convinced there's been a lot of diehard AEW fans that have jumped on that bandwagon anyway. Jamie looking to go for the pin on Rio. Rio getting up to her feet, being picked up, put over in the corner there by Jamie. Obviously, Rio, I believe she was our first women's champion. So she's over in the corner, and Jamie with a big clubbing blow to the back of the heads. Jamie climbing up. Rio still in the corner. Strikes coming in there. Jamie climbing up again. Rio has got like a sleeper hold applied to Jamie. So a sleeper back elbow there by Jamie. Rio goes to the edge. Rio holding onto that top rope as Jamie grabs a hold of Rio. Still battling in the corner. We haven't got anywhere at the moment. Now Rio again climbing up. Trying to balance. Looking for a Hurricanrana, and she gets it. Down goes Jamie. Jamie in the corner. Rio charging over. Double knees. Jamie goes down. 1, 2. Foot on the rope. Foot on the rope. Jamie gets her foot on the rope. Taz says that's good mat sense from Jamie. Double knees. Glad the women are getting some time, said Mitchell. Austin said, imagine Vince appears on SmackDown. Why would AEW fans want Vince to be fired? Surely they would want him in creative. It shows that helps AEW out. Well, first of all, anyone with a brain would realize that hashtag Fire Vince is not going to result in Vince being fired. The other thing as well is that you want to build up like how bad it is in WWE. So if you're an AEW fan, if you like get the hashtag Fire Vince thing trending, not only is it not going to result in Vince being fired, who do these people think is firing Vince when he owns the company, but also it's drumming up this perception that WWE is rubbish. Do you know what I mean? If you click on the hashtag Fire Vince, Jamie Hayter gets the win. Clothesline, managers get the win. So if you click on the Fire Vince hashtag, all you're going to see is people moaning about how garbage Raw was, how Vince is going to kill the show, how they're not watching WWE anymore. That's the kind of thing that I think hardcore AEW fans are going to want to try and promote. That they're going to want that trending. They're going to want that front and center. They're going to want everyone to see this. That if there's a bunch of WWE fans that are unhappy, then not all AEW fans, but the hardcore ones that hate WWE, I could see them joining in with that. I could see them, the benefit of them wanting that to be as big as possible and to be seen by as many as people as possible, you know? Right, we're backstage with Paige and Ruby and Tony. We're backstage with the Outcasts. This show, man, it's been like, you can't stop watching it. Even just chatting with you guys, it's like, right, that match has finished. Now we're with the Outcasts. They're going to say something. We'll move from this, go to the next thing. It's bang, 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 bang. All right. Stop stirring the pot, Renee. What's important is that Jamie Hayter is not champion, so they want that belt off Jamie Hayter. Okay. We've got some people on the entrance ramp, so who's this? It is the Jericho Appreciation Society. Do you know what makes Daddy Magic's nipples hard? It's the Acclaimed are going to be joining the Jericho Appreciation Society. Sports entertainers. Here's the Acclaimed. Yo. Oh, this is going to be good. Here we go. Here we go. Come on. Fire. Yo. Oh, nothing. Nothing about the sale. Nothing about Cody losing. It was just, you look so strange. You look like Cocaine Bear. Jericho is full of shiz. Is like someone I don't know. But yeah, nothing. Oh. We could have gone with something like, you're more disappointing than Raw after WrestleMania. Jas, I don't know what's lamer. You're more disappointing than Raw after WrestleMania. It writes itself. Here's Daddy Ass. Definitely feels like they're trying to capitalize of the low morale surrounding WWE. Said no, yeah, it's been a banging show, man. I didn't like the match, but the women's match was okay, but I wasn't into the trios one. But outside of that, been a breakneck 46 minutes. Right, so they've said no to the Jericho Appreciation Society. We've got MJF coming out next. Santos is a very American reference. No more talk about WWE. That's boring, says Tommy. Heather said, I think it's good they didn't reference WWE. It shows class and restraint. That's true, actually. That's a good point, Heather. That's good, because I have been very critical of that before. But it's just that there's been so much stuff that's happened that, dare I say, this felt like it could have been the exception. But you make a really good point. You make a really good point, because I think if you are potentially trying to win over some of those lapsed WWE fans, people that were disappointed on Monday, and worried about Vince, you know, ripping into WWE right now might not be the best thing in the world. I don't know how well that has served them up until this point, for example, you know? We've said before, they could have positioned themselves from the very start as being like, we love what WWE do. We think they do a great job and they have their audience. We're just trying to create our own space. We're just trying to provide some a little bit different on a different night and provide, you know, extra wrestling for fans. They easily could have come out with that message, but that's never been the message that's been portrayed. It's always been smashing the throne or little digs in the ring. And certainly WWE has fired back as well. There's no denying that. But even if WWE fires back, you don't have to respond. You can always be above it and be a bit, present yourself as being like a bit classier than that. So it's a really good point actually from Heather there that, you know, maybe this was by design to not go down that road. I was excited, though. I'm not going to lie. When he started talking, I was like, okay, here we go. There's so much stuff. So much stuff. I mean, how they didn't mention Vince's mustache, I've got no idea. How the restraint that must have been involved in not making a joke about Vince's mustache. I mean, I can only imagine that Max Caster was sweating buckets as he was doing that rap. And he was like, oh, don't say anything about Vince's mustache. Mitchell said WWE had 30 minutes of wrestling on a 3-hour show. Feels like AEW has got close to that in the first hour, and it is a great debut, says Mitchell. Yeah. Days, is Cody injured? What is going on? Well, I don't think he's injured, but I think it's going to start a feud, to be honest. I think Cody and Brock is going to be our next feud. So I don't think that was a way of writing him off the show, but it was a brutal beatdown. So they're showing Switchblade coming down. Are they going to show the graphic now? I don't think they've still announced that he's all elite. Like, they've shown the graphic on Twitter, but I don't think it's been shown here. So I think if you watch the show, you still might not know that he's signed. Here's MJF. Oyster Bay Town. He's a Oyster Bay hero, apparently, MJF. This is the belt to win. This is the belt to hold. This is the pinnacle of our industry, says MJF. I mean, didn't look like a great turnout for him. That's all I'm going to say. They just showed the crowd and there was like so many empty seats. I mean, he's a heel, so. Oh, this is MJF. Snoop has been performing and in the music industry for years. You don't think he had a snafu at his shows in the last few times? His instincts are off the chart. Shane thing was nothing to him, says Brenton. Gonna have to miss the second half here, said Moonlight. Tahil said, I feel like AEW signed Jay White weeks ago, especially with the Juice Starks match announcement after Revolution. Yeah, could be right. Could be right. I voted, but why is the poll still up? Still don't know what it is, do we? I mean, we know it's not Jay White, but could it be the UK show? Could it be a video game? Could it be something else? This is Welcome Home MJF. So there is a live band here. MJF has come out. He is the pride of Long Island, according to this card on screen. The pride of Long Island is in the house. Maxwell Jacob Friedman. MJF. He says, we're here to celebrate MJF Day. Big cheer there by the crowds. There's balloons in the ring, you know. There's balloons in the ring, and there's some plinths in the ring as well. So they're doing something on the stage because they've set something up in the ring. Okay, so MJF is singing. Singing Pennies from Heaven. This is strange. Not sure this is quite what people bought the tickets for, but why not? Setting a high bar for Roman Reigns. Is he singing? He is singing, and there's a lot of confused faces. James said, I just tweeted you something. Okay, James. Hey! Da-da-da. Bum, bum, ba-da-dum. Bum, ba-da-da. We got a saxophone. I mean, it is a full-blown song going on right now. Fightful reports WWE were not happy with Ric Flair's induction speech. WWE thought he focused on himself too much, did not give enough shine to Muta, much like when he inducted Sting. Yeah, I mean, he loves talking about himself, doesn't he? He does. James, shout out to you. Appreciate it. If anyone does see anything like news-wise, feel free to send it over. I mean, right now MJF is dancing his way down the ramp. I mean, the champ's just doing what he wants, to be honest. Is this a face turn to wrestle with Andy? This makes him more a heel in my book. So he's getting into the ring. There is the belt on one plinth. There's two tables at the back. We got the belt on one. We've got the key to, is that New York or something? Still singing. Congrats, MJF. Stupid, but he's got a great voice, said let him in. This is fun, said TJB. Our people applaud him. LMAO Cody. That sign cracks me up. They're cheering. But in all fairness, we are in Long Island. They're going to cheer him, whatever. Okay, here's Joseph Saldino, the Oyster Babe man. Joseph Saladino. Shut up. This guy's giving me the key to Long Island. He's a great guy. Max Friedman, you are the pride of Long Island. Is someone going to interrupt? What the heck is this segment, said Fionas. I don't know. It's a heel champion singing. But the problem is, we're in Long Island. This is where he's from, so he's getting face reactions. There we go. He gets given the key to Long Island. It's the highest honor I can bestow. What are they chanting? I don't know what they're chanting. They're chanting all over him. MJF Day in the town of Oyster Bay. There's a guy in the back. There's a guy in the back who's like, there's a dude, man, that is not feeling this segment whatsoever. Here's my spirit animal. Oh, man, and he sticks two fingers up. Damn, there's a dude there really not feeling it. Some would even say you deserve it. Clap, 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 clap. And of course, that starts the you deserve it. Clap, clap, claps. There's people out there that don't deserve it, like Sammy Guevara, says MJF. Screw MJF Day, it's Rusev Day! MJF's life has massively improved since his fiancée left him, says Aubrey Edwards. CAT said Vince single-handedly has killed the bidding war with his non-hostile takeover. He's good at still being a heel, said Rare Breeds. Do you think there's a chance that Vince gets pushed out of creative? Vince can do what he wants, to be honest. I mean, if he wants to be in creative, he can be in creative. He's said that he won't be in the weeds anymore. And then on Monday, he was in the weeds. But we're waiting to find out if that was a one-off. And we'll have a good idea by Friday. Growing up with ADD had its disadvantages at times, says MJF. So MJF talking up. There was one teacher that wasn't sympathetic. He's having a go at an old teacher now. Mrs. Benedict would laugh at me every day. Don't be like Mr. Friedman. That's probably good advice. I've got a question. Do you think Triple H is booking SmackDown? Yes, I'm going to say yes. Can I show you this guy? Look at that dude in the background there. I love this guy. This guy, he just wasn't into it whatsoever. And he really caught my eye because there was times where he was like visibly like proper really huffing. And then moments later, he sticks his fingers up. That's how much he really wasn't into the segment. He made me laugh. Sometimes watching the crowd's very entertaining. Okay, this segment is so strange. This is so strange. He's come out, he's sung a song, he's got in the ring, he's been handed the key to the city. Now he's having a pop at an old teacher. I mean, Mrs. Benedict ain't going to see this. I don't think Mrs. Benedict's watching. I can't speak for her. I'm sure she's a lovely woman. It's a big key. I'm hearing the lone guy picked up by the mic is hilarious if anyone else hears them. Don't be a stupid bee. Well, crowd are eating it up. I mean, we are in Long Island. But it's strange and it's a bit long, said Lance. This is a nice message, though, isn't it? If you're a Long Island kid and you're struggling, you can be anything you want to be. Except one thing. Me. Jacob Friedman. Okay. I'm better than you, and you know it. He takes his belt. Oh. Taz says, I don't think he's done. He's still got the microphone. Excalibur started talking, and Taz is like, I don't think he's done. I mean, this kind of self-indulgence. It's what a heel champ should do, really. Do you want to hear an encore? No, thank you. No, thank you. Oh, okay. Someone's come to save the day. Someone with, is that Adam Cole, baby? It looks like Adam Cole. Oh, it's Jungle Boy. Jungle Boy attacks MJF. Now we've got these two brawling on the entranceway. I was getting Adam Cole vibes, but it turned out to be Jungle Boy. Now we've got some people coming out. They're going to separate these two. Honest opinion, do you think we will see MJF in WWE next year? No, I don't. I think all this talk has been a work, to be honest. I think that I don't think Tony would want to let him go. I think that MJF is going to be very interested in the money and the offers, and I'm sure he is unprofessional. Everything we hear about him is that he genuinely is a douche. But I do think this has been kind of drummed up for drama to get people talking. So I could see this being a bit of a plan between Tony and MJF. But I'm sure, listen, he's going to want a big contract coming his way. But right now, I would say if I was a gambling man and had to put money down, I would say no. I bet he re-signs with AEW. I bet you any amount that Tony Khan has got some interesting, nice exchanges today from his employees, said Defcom Eric. Okay, the Spanish God, Sammy Guevara, making his way down. Right, I tell you what, let's do halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. I just saw, I think it was Owen asking, do you think Vince at Raw was a one-off? I do, actually. I do think it was a one-off. I think he was in town. I think that that's why he was there. I don't know that he's going to travel to SmackDown. I think that he's got to be pleased with the ratings and the work that Triple H has done. And, I mean, I know that he can't give it up. I know he has to be involved. I suppose in a way they need to find something for him to do. That's what they need to do. They've got to find a way of keeping him occupied. I think it was LSW that said, like, we were talking on Twitter and he was saying, like, you know, we should just give him loads of stuff to do. And I completely agree. Because he will always want to be involved. There's no way you're going to get rid of him. So just give him stuff that's not creative. Just flood his inbox with other things, you know? So, yeah, I would hopefully, because the sale's not gone through, he's going to have to be talking to Ari, and he's going to have things that he's going to have to go away and work on now. You know, I mean, he's got Endeavor and he's got a board of directors and he's got all of that side of stuff to work on. So hopefully whatever comes with being executive chairman of this new company, which hasn't got a name yet, you know, this new company, whatever they're going to do with all of that, hopefully all of that is going to keep him busy. So him being at Raw and SmackDown on a regular basis, it could be wishful thinking, but I'm going to say that I think that he is going to stay away. I think that he is going to not be in the weeds. I do think, though, that you will see him at certain shows. There's no way that's it's not like Raw is the last time we're gonna see him at Gorilla. But will he be there on Friday? Again, if I was a gambling man and someone says, here's $50, put a bet, I would say, I bet he's not there on Friday. I bet he's not there. I bet he was there at Raw because he was in town anyway. But, I mean, Vince has said these things before and backtracked on them, so it wouldn't be the craziest thing in the world for him to have lied and now be around all the time, so it's tricky. But as I said, I think there's a chance that it was a one-off. Mr. Dell Jr., 7.5, shout out to you. 1 Minute Wrestler says 6. Niall says 8. Mitchell says 8. DJ said 10. Esteban said that was a good flow from the one segment into the other segment. Christopher with a 9. Jaden with an 8. Austin with an 8. Jojo with an 8. 10 for the MJF concert, said Niall. Defcon said, right now I'm at 5. Next hour could make it higher. Esteban said 8.5. Heather says 8. It's the best show in the last 2 months. Wisp said, I don't watch AEW. I'm just here for days. Wisp, shout out to you, buds. Justin with a 6. Tech Guru 8 with an 8. Travis with a 4. Chill Dude said, this is a ripoff of Rock, This Is Your Life. Daniel Garcia 9. DJ Poison 10. Linda with an 8. Camvlog said, from what I've heard, a 7. Michael says 7. Hurricane Hayes says MJF 10. Rare Breed said 9. It's an amazing Dynamite. Alex Fairweather 6.5. Christian with a 7. Nature Views with an 8. Chris Carmichael with an 8. Mitchell says 8. Tahil says 825. I don't see Sammy as a champ, said Funko Pop Asylum. Lance said that segment was so bizarre, I just don't even know how to rate it. Birdman said halftime already. It's gone fast, isn't it? And actually, we're 10 minutes into the second hour as well. So we're underway with Commander and Sammy. Roll Days with a 10, LT 8.5. So some very good scores there. Commander throwing in a chop. He goes down. What would you give it? I would give it. I would give it like 7.5. I think the MJF segment's just bizarre. It doesn't increase my rating, but it's so bizarre that it is a talking point. It's one of those where you're like, God, what did you think of that segment? I feel like I've just seen something that's been worth watching, if you know what I mean. Some people will have watched it and gone, what the hell is that? A song and then a presentation and then he talks about his teacher. Like, that's not what I tune in to wrestling for. I could understand that. But equally, there'll be some people that are like, this is amazing. We're giving MJF time to do whatever MJF wants to do as champion. And we're putting him out there. He's giving us a song. He's told us a story about when he was young. Blah, 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 blah. Like, and there'll be people that were really entertained by it. I would say that it's probably not affected my score, but it is something that was worth watching because people will have opinions on it. And yeah, fine. I feel like I saw something. I feel like I watched something rather than just a bland match that doesn't mean anything. I feel like I saw a segment that people will talk about. The trios match didn't do it for me, as I said. There were spots where they were just literally waiting to be jumped on, which always does my head in. And, there was it was clunky at times, and I just wasn't feeling it. But I mean, outside of that, there's been some really good stuff. I mean, I thought Jamie Hayter Rio had some good moments. The Jay White announcement is a genuine OMG, oh my God, is here. Because what's great about that is if Jay White was coming in, it would be during Tony's announcement that I'd be like, okay, is he going to announce Jay White? Like, here's my latest sign-in type thing. They didn't do that. Bang, here we go. Hit the start of the show. Started off hot. It's like, wow. That was cool. And we went boom, And then obviously, Sue, that was pretty fun. It's just been like the pace as well. I think the show deserves credit for the pacing. Keith Lee, Jericho, the return of Luchasaurus, backstage. The Acclaim thing didn't really do much for me, to be honest. But yeah, I'm probably not out of line with a lot of you guys. There was a lot of 7s and 8s, and I feel like I'm in that area as well. I think it's been a very entertaining show so far. I think Heather said this has been the best Dynamite for the past few months, and I would agree with that. Commander again walking the ropes, and he flips down, but knees up there by Sammy. Sammy on his feet, and he grabs Commander, puts Commander on his shoulders. GTH. No, Commander rolls up Sammy too. Shoulder up. Sammy looking for a kick, thrust kick there as Commander stumbles back. Charging over to the outside. Forearm strike there by Sammy. Top rope enziguri by Commander. Commander stumbles back a little bit. Sammy is perched. He's on the middle rope over in the corner. Commander's going up the other side. We look up into the rafters and we can see Darby. So we've got Commander the one side. We've got, what are we doing? I don't even know what this is. So Sammy with a cutter. GTH. It's a little contrived, a little bit choreographed, but because we had Commander the one side, we had like Sammy the other, and there was just this moment where they were both like standing kind of opposite each other. Commander then started going towards Sammy, and Sammy getting the better of that exchange. Go into the ropes too many times, Commander. Okay, a win for Sammy. We got Tony in the ring. Okay, so I just did something the world champion doesn't do. Wrestle. What was that? American Idol. Sammy ripping into that MJF segment, as he should. This is a bad place for him to be doing this, though, because the crowd are with MJF. This is one of the only places the crowd are going to be with MJF. Because we're in Long Island. Sammy says, I had you beat. You didn't Spanish bad. I think that says Spanish bad sign. Tony's announcement is that he bet on Cody to win at WrestleMania, said Tim. Days, what way Vince leaves creative alone is when he is dead in a box. Yeah, I think you're right. I think he'll always be involved, but just how involved? Can we keep our fingers crossed that it's minimal? Who are you, Max? You was Cody's friend? You was Tony's friend? You did the one thing I would never do. You sold your soul to be a pillar. It's a bit flat, this, isn't it? Bit whiny as well. I built this. Doesn't help that the crowd are booing him as well because we're in Long Island. And they're booing. I love AEW. I'm not using this place to go anywhere else. I love AEW. Boo! Now he lays into Long Island. Screw Jungle Boy. Screw Darby Allin. Screw MJF. Sammy Guevara is your world heavyweight champion, but you're not, are you? Loser. Oh, that was such a bad promo. This is backwards. Why cut a face promo on MJF in his hometown? It was just weird. Yeah, it was bad. That was bad. Titles versus careers still to come, though. Hook against Ethan Page. Promos ain't Sammy's thing, said 420. Tahil said because he's a heel also like MJF. He is, it was a bad promo. It's a flat promo. He was, I think in a place where it wasn't MJF's like hometown, I think he would have got a better reaction. If you have to choose between two heels, there would have been people that could have at least sided with Sammy. But instead he was being, everyone was united against him there. Because we're in Long Island. Jay White should be the world champ, said A1. I love how AEW mentions Regal and Cody after they left. They don't just act like they don't exist, says Kieran. Crowd went colder than a bag of Or-Iders. I don't know what that is. Vince is tanking WWE, so by the time the sale goes through, there will be nothing left, said Inside Out and Again. Jordan said, I would rather watch that guy giving out cards for ED than a Sammy promo. I know this might seem like a wild question. Have you ever considered moving out of the UK to America as it would make it easier schedule-wise? I haven't, to be honest. I suppose the great thing about what I do is that I can do it anywhere. So, I mean, obviously, like, going to America would be a big move. And also, like, I'd have to get visas and all of that. But the great thing is, I mean, I could, as long as I've got good Wi-Fi over there, go there for, a good few weeks, have a nice holiday, still stream, but enjoy the sun a little bit. That is the great thing about this, is that I can take this with me wherever I go. And, maybe that's something that I will look to take advantage of in the future. We'll do streams from the Bahamas. We'll do streams from Japan and all this kind of stuff. I just need money to go to the Bahamas and to go to Japan. We're still in the building stage at the moment. At the moment, I can afford to be on this rooftop, and that's it. So, but no, I haven't. No, it's not something that has crossed my mind. But going on like a little holiday has crossed my mind. I would love to, just go like spend a couple of weeks in Florida again, do some toy hunts. Loved it last time doing toy hunts. So do some toy hunts and, stream in the day. That's a great thing, as I said. It's not like I wouldn't be able to do the streams. Right, Hook and Ethan Page coming up then. The Freak Jesse said that promo was the worst. Heather said, I'm going to scream blue murder if Ethan loses to Hook. Okay, here we go. Here is Hook. How long we got? 38 minutes. 38 minutes. At this point, Cody Roman at SummerSlam needs to be confirmed, said Bryson. Wrestle with Andy said Tony's announcement is Helen Hart is all elite. Ethan, he didn't get an entrance. No. I wouldn't watch this if I was you, Heather, because I don't think Ethan Page is about to win here. I think they're probably going to go with Hook. Taz said, this is a huge moment. Hook goes over to the corner. Big threat. I trust Bully Ray sign. What does that mean? Right, we've got Hook and Ethan Page circling around each other. Hook staring at Ethan Page. Ethan Page charging over at Hook. Hook with a suplex. Nice. Ethan Page goes out the ring. Hook goes out after him. Hook gets driven into the side of the ring. Ethan Page hurling Hook into the ring steps. Ethan Page hurling Hook into the ring post. So Hook is down. Ethan Page is going over. We've got Matt Hardy at ringside. Ooh, into the side of the ring there goes Hook. So Ethan Page in the ring, dancing around as Hook is getting up to his feet. Kick coming in there by Ethan Page. Kick to the midsection by Hook. Twist of fate there by Hook. Ethan Page goes down. We've got people popping up at ringside here. But at this point, what are they doing with Hook with these useless FTW matches? Matt Hardy wallops Ethan Page with the belts. Ethan Page just got smacked in the face with the FTW title. He's down and out. And he's going to lose. Hook wins, but he wins by outside interference. I think Matt will turn on Ethan. I think you're right, Krista. What if Tony's announcement this week is that he's got an announcement for next week? Well, then we will be very excited for next week's episode. Okay, so Hook walking away with his belt. Ethan Page is down. Is he joining them? Fist bump to Matt Hardy. Taz says, what the hell is going on? Taz doesn't know. So it looks like he's joined up with Matt Hardy and... Okay. Matt said Tony's announcement is that he's found his favorite cup. He thought he had lost it, but it was actually at the back of the cupboards behind some of the play. Oh my God, is this it? There's Nigel McGuinness, which is awesome. Okay. Okay, here we go. Yep. 5 years. Young Bucks, Cody, and Kenny. Put on All In. Yeah. Yeah. 5 years, yeah. August 27th, they're coming to... So All In, London, August 27th, Craven Cottage. Craven Cottage, Fulham. Hancol again. Wembley Stadium? I mean, Wembley Stadium. 80,000 Wembley. 90,000 Wembley. One of the most famous football arenas in the world. It's one of the most famous stadiums in the world. Wembley Stadium. What, tickets free? What? I don't understand. I don't get it. I've seen the graphic. I don't get it. Wembley Stadium. Straight away, I was like, Craven Cottage, Fulham. Even that's going to be an ask. But, you know, I mean, at least the overcost, the charges ain't going to be much, is it? And then as soon as he said Wembley, I was like, oh, Wembley Arena. Yeah, okay. And then when he said stadium, I was like, he's made a mistake. Oh, he's made a mistake, isn't he? Oh, botch. And then the graphic came up, and he hadn't. And it's Wembley Stadium. What? What? I don't understand. Man, I mean, that's who the flip's going to be there. Mercedes Moné, CM Punk, Vince McMahon, Shane McMahon, Snoop Dogg. I don't understand. Selling out Wembley. I can't. Massive news coming out of AEW Dynamite. And this news, I mean, you have to see the graphic to believe it. If I was just to tell you this news, you wouldn't believe me. You would call me a liar and I would understand, because not only is AEW going to be making their London debut, their England debut, their UK debut, but they are doing it at Wembley Stadium. Wembley Stadium that has a capacity of, I believe, 90,000 people. Not Wembley Arena, not the O2 Arena, not a smaller football stadium like Craven Cottage for Fulham. Even if they went to Arsenal or Chelsea or Tottenham, all of those are in London. All of those are smaller than Wembley Stadium. Wembley Stadium is the biggest stadium we have in London. It's where all of our major sporting events take place, certainly when it comes to football. And it's mind-blowing. This is the venue where we had SummerSlam 1992. So AEW have just shot for the moon. I mean, you could not go any bigger. All in. So it's all in London, Wembley. I mean, what Tony was saying is that they tried to sell 10,000 tickets for an indie show 5 years ago, did it, went big, and they delivered. They're doing it again. This time, they're going all in London, Wembley. I mean, they are going to have to go all in. The names on this card, I mean, it's going to have to be a who's who. I mean, if this has got Mercedes Moné involved, if this has got New Japan stars involved, I mean, honestly, this is going to have to be... It's going to have CM Punk. It's going to have to have everyone. We're talking 90,000. This is just This is crazy. I can't even believe it. I've got the graphic in front of me and I can't even believe it. We expected there to be a London show announcement. I didn't see anyone predicting this. So massive news, exciting news for everyone, because if you're in the UK, look at this. And if you're not in the UK, look at this, because this show is going to be one of the biggest wrestling shows of the year, because they are going to need to shift tickets for this. They're going to need to sell tickets for this. This is a big statement of intent to the UK market from AEW. This is going to send shockwaves in WWE, because this is a big wrestling company coming along, putting on a massive wrestling show. I mean, think about what they've just announced compared to Money in the Bank being held at the O2. You know, all of a sudden now we are seeing a true wrestling war, and one of the battlegrounds is seemingly the UK. This is a very exciting time for wrestling fans, and certainly UK wrestling fans. That is a massive announcement. They weren't lying. That is huge. It's true, isn't it? I mean, like we said before that you know, they have been we've been seeing WWE do Clash at the Castle. We've been seeing them do Money in the Bank. There was a lot of people questioning as to why that was happening. The theory was it was to try and counter AEW, try and make sure that they had a fan base built up, that they could, you know, lean on WWE. They want to make sure they've got a foothold here. They've been coming over since the late 80s. They've got a great following, but they're not just going to allow another company to come in and take that market. But oh my God, I mean, you couldn't. I mean, what could you do bigger? I mean, this is All In as well. I mean, like they've named it after the show that launched AEW. I mean, it is massive, incredible. Announced for Wembley Stadium. Wow. I've stopped watching the show. We've got Blackpool Combat Club. I need to get to the comments. We'll jump over to those in a second. This show has just been insane. I feel like this Dynamite is their version of going all in, to be honest. They've gone all in on this show. Okay, so Danielson is cutting a promo at the moment. Let's get to these super chats. Cameron said they're going to be on SmackDown and they want Triple H to book the show. I've seen on Twitter Days, I've enjoyed the content. You're doing a great job. Wanted to ask, have you seen that Endeavor were at Raw whilst Vince was booking and didn't love all the rewrites? I honestly, here's Hangman coming down. No, is the answer. No. I would need to see the article. I haven't seen that. Endeavor could have been there. Absolutely. I don't know that they would have been bothered by the rewrites. I mean, to be honest, the people in charge of Endeavor, I just don't think would know anything about professional wrestling. I think there's probably a lot of news and buzz that's doing the rounds at the moment in regards to Vince, because it is the talk of the town. I don't think they care. I'm sorry, I don't think Endeavor care. I think that they are buying a company that's been built up since the 50s, a company that has got a brand as big as WrestleMania. that, continues to deliver ratings, and we've seen ratings improvements and blah, 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 blah. They ain't going to be bothered about a one-off show. They're not going to be bothered about Raw wasn't very good. That ain't going to affect them. They're not, and the guy in charge of Endeavor has even said that he's leaving WWE to Vince. So even when they haven't took over yet, and even when they do take over, Vince will still be in charge of WWE. So I think if there's a feeling out there or a thought out there that Endeavor are going to step in and stop Vince, I just do not see that happening at all. None. I would go as far as to say 100% certain that they are going to let Vince. Did you see the interview that Ari Emanuel did with Vince, where it came up about, did you consider not having Vince involved? And his answer was no. I would body slam him if he would not be on board, because Vince saw round the corner, like when pay-per-view started, Vince was one of the first to jump onto it. When going national, Vince was one of the first to do that. Going international, Vince was one of the first to do that. WWE Network, Vince was one of the first to do that. Ari Emanuel loves Vince, loves him, thinks he's a business genius. So the idea that like a Raw that's kind of got Twitter upset would result in them asking Vince to go is, let's cut to the chase, laughable. It's laughable that Ari Emanuel would like remove Vince or anything like this. It's not happening. It's not happening. Let's be honest. Vince always operates that one step ahead. So I would be interested to read that, but and about what the reports are saying, but I really wouldn't get your hopes up that Vince is going to be forcibly removed from creative. If he wants to do creative, Vince will do creative, and there ain't going to be anyone stopping him. That's the cold, harsh truth. Right, we had Hangman just beaten up there, and Hangman was attacked. He's down on the ground. AEW All In announced for Wembley Stadium. Jeez Louise. AEW needs another promotion to try and sell out Wembley. It's funny. Do it by yourself, says Rossful. Pickle Chip said, I'm just hoping Vince will settle down soon. Yeah, we all are. I mean, look, I understand the concern. I see the tweets. I see the fire Vince. Again, who do these people think is firing Vince? We keep saying this. I think genuinely this has become a movement. And I think there's a lot of kids that have jumped onto this. And I think that they are just so desperate for Vince to not get back in control. They don't want Vince in control. They're just so desperate. They want Triple H, and it's become a meme. It's become a movement. It's become a campaign. But I really don't think they know quite what they're saying. They're saying fire Vince. Who's meant to fire Vince? Right now, Vince is the owner of WWE. So who do they think is going to fire Vince right now? Like the whole, who's firing Vince? Who can fire Vince? Is the owner. And when the new company takes over, and they haven't even taken over yet, but when the new company takes over, he will again be in charge of WWE. So how you would be able to get rid of him is that you would need the board of directors to vote him out, right? And they love him. They love him. Even after like Raw, I mean, they love him. Now, whether, I'll tell you what would have to happen, right? Vince would have to book the shows. He'd have to book the shows, and those shows would have to tank week after week after week, and the ratings would have to go down, and the business would have to go down, right? That would be a process, right? That wouldn't be a one-off blip. No one's interested in a one-off blip, but it would have to be that Vince is back in control of creative, and it would have to be that the numbers decline. There would have to be a decline in the business, right? At that point, there may be a conversation that is had, right? Because if it starts affecting business, that, fans being unhappy, they don't care, to be honest. As long as you still watch, they don't care. The numbers would have to go down. You would have to actually stop watching, right? And stay away and cancel the network. You'd have to go that far. Moaning about it on Twitter, put in hashtag fire Vince, right? Does nothing. Absolutely nothing. You'd have to stop watching. You'd have to decline the ratings. You'd have to cancel the network. If you want to have an impact, that's what you've got to do, right? How many people are going to do that? How many people are going to not tune in for SmackDown? I can't wait to find out. If people are really behind this movement, if this is a real movement and they're not just putting hashtag fire Vince into chats, and they are actually going to not watch SmackDown, and they're going to actually cancel their network subscription en masse, then yeah, I mean, maybe you stand a chance of keeping Vince away. But until I start seeing that happen, I just don't know that people are going to do that. We've been down this road so many times where people have said, I'm just going to stop watching. I'm going to stop watching. And they don't. These same people are still commenting about the shows when the shows come back around, So it's like all this anger and everything that's out there at the moment. Like, these people, if they really want to make a difference, if they really want to do something, you can. You can do something. You have got power in your hands. It's not that you're completely helpless. Like, you have got a power and an ability. But hashtag fire Vince does nothing. It's got to be you stop watching the shows. You cancel the network. You got to go that far, right? Then he might start listening. Then there would be some panic if the ratings go off a cliff. But until we get to that stage, until we see the ratings being hit, then nothing's going to change. So, any of this talk about like, Endeavor weren't happy about what they saw and all this kind of stuff, I'm sorry, it's just not going to have an effect. They love him. He saw things happening and trends emerging before other people, and that's what they've just spent $9 billion on. The way that Ari was talking was that they wanted WWE, but they wanted Vince as well. Vince is part of this purchase. It seems like Vince being on board with this was genuinely like part of the deal. It would have been interesting, actually, if Vince had said, I'm not sticking around. It would be interesting to know if they still would have bought WWE. Because the way that Ari was talking, he was all in. He was all, to use an AEW phrase, he was like, I wouldn't have took no for an answer. I would have power slammed him if he'd have not joined up with us. He called himself the luckiest man in the world, having Vince join this new company. I'm the luckiest man in the world to have Vince McMahon joining like this new company. This is a relationship that they've had for 20 plus years, 23 years. It's madness that people would think that hashtag fire Vince would have an effect. And as I said, they haven't even bought them yet. This new company doesn't come into effect until later this year. So right now, the only person that can fire Vince right now would be Vince, because he's still the majority shareholder right now until the new company comes along. So it's a wild time. It's a wild time where people are like really angry. And I think there's, to be honest, a lot of people out there and a lot of anger out there after what happened on Monday. And I think there's a lot of people that don't know how to channel that anger, and they don't know quite what they should do, to be honest. I don't think they know exactly what to do. I think like joining that Fire Vince movement is what they think is what's going to do it, and that's maybe how they're channeling their energy. But as we said, it's not going to work. And if you did want to, like, what I would say is wait and see what happens on SmackDown. If Vince is there, that's going to be very interesting then, because if Vince is there at SmackDown and he's going to be booking SmackDown, then you might see people starting to not watch Raw and cancel networks. And that's the step that people would have to go to have an actual effect, to really impact and really spook them and really scare them. That's what you've got to do. That's how you have an effect. That's how you scare Vince off, right? If Raw numbers crash and go through the floor and it comes out as a 1.2 and people weren't, what is the lowest rating they've ever had type situation, trust me, panic stations then. But until that happens, they don't care. They don't care. LSW said, I think the only way that immediate action would happen is if there's a locker room backlash. Fans won't change anything, but the wrestlers have got a loud voice. Honestly, I don't even think that would work, if I'm being honest, because Vince is... I mean, you'd have to have like a mass walkout by all of the wrestlers and to say, I'm not working for Vince again. I'm going. I mean, if Dakota Kai was to walk out, is that going to stop Vince? I mean, you'd have to have like Roman walking out and people like that, and Roman ain't going to go anywhere. Roman's booked amazingly well. You'd have to have Becky and Seth and all the big stars walking out. They ain't going to go anywhere. I mean, you'd have to have a mass walkout. I just don't see it happening. Don't see that happening. And honestly, even then, I think Vince would have... I think Vince's, Ephraim mentality would click in. I've done it with that, who do these people think they are kind of mentality, That would be fascinating to watch, actually. If it was Seth, Becky, Roman, like all these people walking out, I'd love to see how Vince dealt with that. I'd love to see how he dealt with that. Because Vince cares about the money. Vince cares about ratings and all of this kind of stuff. Vince, really cares that... about how the business is doing from a stock point of view, because obviously all his wealth is tied up in that, and he's a proud man. But so that would take a knock if all those stars were to walk out, definitely. But Vince would probably just replace them with NXT talent, and I don't think everyone would walk out. And who knows? He might pick up the phone to John. He might pick up the phone to The Rock. He might pick up the phone to people to bring them back to boost ratings and try and go on without them, basically. I have no idea how he would react. That would be fascinating. That would be fascinating. I'd love to see that. I'd love to see how that goes down. Zach said, do you think Tony's announcement delivered? Oh, massively for me. Yeah, I've got no complaints about that. Honestly, if I thought that was underwhelming, I would be honest with you. But I think if it was just, we said beforehand, I said, if it's going to be a UK show, okay. But if it's going to be, I think I might have even said Wembley Stadium. Because I said, if they're going to say Japan and it's Tokyo Dome, Japan show, okay, cool. But Tokyo Dome, wow. If it's going to be London, okay, cool. But Wembley Stadium, wow. And oh my God, it was Wembley Stadium. Oh my God, it was Wembley Stadium. I mean, honestly, come on. That's a big announcement, man. That's a big announcement. Wembley Stadium, that is big. Zach, for me, that definitely delivered, but definitely. Matthew said, do you think Tony could collab with New Japan and Impact? I think he's going to have to go big. Yeah, I think that the name tells you. I think he knows that is a show that I think their numbers in the UK must be so good, what with it being on ITV, that he is feeling confident that if they're going to do a show of this size, the UK could be the place to do it. Rather than say they could try Chicago again or whatever, you do it in London. And in all fairness, if you do it in London, you are pretty much getting Europe, because any AEW fan in Germany or Spain or France, it is super easy to get to London. I mean, it's a couple of hours on a plane. It would be the same as a flight from, I don't know, New York going down to Florida. I mean, how easy would that be? A couple of hours on a plane, maybe, to go from New York to Florida. Same sort of deal going from Germany to London, like super easy to do. And so you potentially can tap into your European market. I would imagine they've got a very strong UK base. They are going to have to go, as the name says, all in. They are going to have to go all in and really bring everything. So I think there's a great chance that you have New Japan stars on that show. In fact, if you think back to the first All In, I think you can see on that card, I mean, they had Rey Mysterio. They won't have Rey this time, but Rey was, I think he was, I don't know, free agent. He was outside of WWE at the time. They had Jordan Grace. They had Impact stars. Yeah, they're going to have to bring everything and everyone. Basically, if they're not signed to a WWE contract, get them. If you're outside, if you're Naomi, if you're Sasha, if you're Okada, if you are Naito, if you're Kenny, if you're the Young Bucks, if you are Vikingo, if you are Commander, if you are, just name them, any big star that is not under a WWE contract, we want you, because we are going, as the name says, all in. And so as a result, as I said, great for UK fans, great for European wrestling fans, but amazing for American fans as well. Amazing, because look at the size of this show and what it's going to be. We got 6 minutes to go, and we're still underway here with this tag team match as it's titles against careers. Mark Michael said Reigns is champ forever. That is Vince's boy. Let's go down. Make sure that we're up to date with everything. Imagine the promotion AEW will get from all the big English channels because they will have to. It's in Wembley. They cannot talk about it, says Aaron. Well, everyone's going to talk about this show. When was the last wrestling show that took place at Wembley? It might be SummerSlam 92. So I don't think it would be unfair. If they can sell the tickets, then this will be the biggest show to take place in the UK since SummerSlam 92. I can't remember the official capacity of Clash at the Castle, but I think I'll have a look. Actually, it'll be on Wikipedia, won't it? It'll be on Wikipedia. Clash at the Castle. Wikipedia. Dax 2, kick out there as Dax Gate. It was 62,000. 62,000 for Clash at the Castle. Wembley has got a capacity of 90,000. I wonder if they've got a set. I mean, they must have a number in mind. We've got to sell 50,000 tickets to break even type situation, you know? We've got to sell this amount to break even. That must be something that's on their minds. Mental. Shadow Machine by FTR. FTR going for the cover. 2, 3. Oh! Pulled out the ring! Pulled out the ring! Damn! Matt said, is this a response to Money in the Bank? No, actually, I think the other way around. I think Money in the Bank is a response to this. I think WWE have known that this was coming. I mean, as soon as AEW started, I mean, WWE will be aware that AEW is shown on ITV, and ITV is one of our major channels, and that it will have scared WWE. Because I think Tony said that AEW is the most watched wrestling show in the UK. So I haven't seen the ratings I haven't seen the ratings for Raw, SmackDown, Dynamite in the UK. We always get American ratings. Don't ever see the UK ratings. But Tony said Dynamite is the most watched wrestling show in the United Kingdom. WWE would be very aware that AEW is moving in on their territory, right? So I think Clash at the Castle was WWE getting here first because they knew a show was on the way from AEW. And now this year, they're not doing Clash. They're giving us Money in the Bank. And I think next year, there'll be something else, right? Sadly, as much as I'd love to tell you this is WWE doing it because they love us in the UK, I think it's them being scared about AEW because isn't it strange, timing-wise, that we haven't had anything for so long? And then AEW starts in 2019. They get shown on ITV, and now all of a sudden, oh, Clash at the Castle, the stadium show in the UK. Thank you. Oh, God, that's nice. Thank you. Oh, what Money in the Bank? Oh, wow. Thank you. I think it's the other way. I don't think this is AEW responding to WWE. I think this is WWE responding to this show that I think they knew was coming. I don't know. I don't think they knew it was this big, though. I don't think they knew it was going to be Wembley Stadium. Certainly, I wasn't predicting that. Craven Cottage is what people were predicting, which is Fulham's home. That's where Fulham play, and that's Tony Khan's. It's the Khan football team. They're in the Premier League. Have a little look. Fulham, I'll tell you what their capacity is. This is what I was expecting. Fulham, 25,000. Perfect. Think about Arthur Ashe. Arthur Ashe is the biggest show they've done, and that was, what, 20,000? 25,000 Fulham in a stadium they own. I mean, there'll be some charge, but do you know what I mean? Mates rates. But, Dax gets walloped with the championship. Dax walloped with the championship. 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up. Shoulder up. I thought that might be it, you know. Dax got walloped with that championship belt. Knocked out cold. Crowds cheering away. Massive. I think that's massive news. This show has been mental. Kappa says, Aaron said, to All In, I've got to go, says Aaron. Yeah. Yeah. If you're a wrestling fan, you need to be there. Need to be there. David said it's because ITV is free. Yeah, it was good. It was good. I mean, they don't show it live on ITV. So it's not shown live, but it is still reaching a big audience. ITV is, you buy a TV and every TV has ITV. 1, 2, FTR get the pin and the win. So FTR are new AEW Tag Team Champions, and they're going to be remaining in AEW. Kappa said, can we expect to see you there? Sadly not, because we will be streaming it. We will be streaming it. We'll be doing it. We'll be watching it. Absolutely, we'll be watching it. And I can't wait to see the card getting announced, to be honest. Confetti going up in the air, raining down. FTR are the champions, and I think I saw Briscoe coming down. Briscoe making his way down. Mark Briscoe jumping in, congratulating FTR. Stinky Toffee said Wembley plus Drew's contract interesting. Apparently, I don't think Drew's contract's up till next year, is what I heard. I think there was a lot of contracts that were signed in 2019 that were for 5 years. So don't know that I expect that one. I'm sure I read that Drew's contract's 2024. So I'm not expecting that one, but the report could have been wrong. But it's massive. Put in your thoughts. Fire in your thoughts. I want to know what people are thinking. What did you think of the show? What did you think of the announcements? What's going on in your head? Let's get, whilst people are putting their thoughts in, let's put a poll up. What do you score AEW Dynamite? That's one of the best Dynamites I've ever seen. I mean, that is 2 massive moments a weird segment with MJF, but it's a hell of a talking point. That match at the end was fun. I know we weren't like all over it, but it was fun. It was not perfect. There was definitely moments like, as I said, the trios match didn't quite do it for me. The Sammy promo I thought was flat. But oh my God, that is not a show that you are going to want to have missed. That is not a show that you're going to want to wake up tomorrow and have to try and catch up on, because, I mean, Switchblade being all elites, I mean, that's how you do it. You know, we wanted Raw after WrestleMania to have surprises. And, you know, we just got two massive ones there from AEW. Right, boom. Solid show. I felt the absence of the elite. 7.5, said Joel. TJB said 8.5. James said Mox is overrated. Rainbows and Unicorn said, I need an ambulance every time I watch AEW. Always feel faint. Really good show, guys, and I'm glad the ref didn't disqualify. It reminds me of the refs back in the Attitude Era when the ref would turn on the heels. Aaron said, I'm in tears with emotions. Blaze said, show had everything. Comedy, great fights, big announcements, title changes, stories built. What is Raw after Mania? Question mark. WWE, AEW fan, shout out to you. Austin said, my full-time score is 7.5. Rare Breed said 9. I got to bump it up more. Such a dynamite of a show. Higurashi says, I got home late, so now I have to go back and watch from the beginning. Days, how much foothold does AEW have in the UK when they never managed to pull this off in America? Maybe 30,000. AEW on ITV does about 150. That's interesting. WWE pulled off 62,000. Can't see AEW top it. So 150,000 views on ITV. I mean, that's mental, innit? I mean, 150,000 views on ITV, and they've just gone and booked a 90,000 stadium, right? So you're gonna have to bring the vast majority of people that tune into ITV. It's mental. I don't know. If Tony was to turn around and go, we're doing our first show in the UK, should we do Wembley Stadium? I mean, every bone in your body would go, no, what are you on about? No, of course not. What are you on about? What are you talking about? Wembley Stadium. Wembley Stadium. I mean, even WWE aren't touching Wembley Stadium. They did the Principality. Now, granted, they could have gone to Wembley. And I'm sure they would have sold it out, but they went to the Principality. They're not doing Money in the Bank at Wembley. They're doing Money in the Bank at the O2. Maybe part of that is because it's a ladder match, couple of ladder matches. They don't want the outside elements. It's a bit of a gamble in regards to weather, actually. But saying that, you know, August, we have good summers. Summers are hot here. Like, climate change is real. And our summers, you know, we have a good few weeks of very, very warm weather. And, you know, I don't, off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you what August the 27th is like. But, yeah, I mean, summers are good. Summers are hot. I think you've always got to, you never know about, like, the odd rain shower there. You know, it's hard to predict those. That's always historically been the reason as to why we've always been that, and like the time difference. I mean, the time difference, that's mental. That's mental. You know, again, you always hear about the time difference. Oh, they won't do a stadium show, the time difference. Oh, everything about this is insane. Everything about it is insane. Everything about it feels wrong, but I love the ambition. I love the ambition. I love the fact that Tony's looked at this and he's gone, we're going to do a UK show. Let's go for it. Let's channel. Because do you know what? It's kind of clever in a way, because think about how AEW started, right? So some dude sent a message to Dave Meltzer saying, Could anyone outside of WWE sell 10,000 tickets in North America now? And Dave was like, no, can't see it happening. Because, like, Ring of Honor aren't getting close to that. Impact aren't getting close to that. They're the biggest promotions. There's no indie show that's going to do that. No is the answer. And then I think it was Cody came along and went, I'll take that bet. And then we get All In, right? And this was, I mean, in all fairness to Dave, how was he meant to know, right? But Cody, Bucks, Kenny, they went all in. They did something that Dave was saying, I don't think it can be done. And so Cody was like, I'll take that bet. And what that created was this groundswell, this support, this togetherness, this spirit where non-WWE fans united to buy tickets in like record-breaking numbers, record-breaking time, because they wanted success for Cody and Kenny and the Young Bucks. This was the wrestlers doing it themselves. This was the guys that had stayed away from WWE, putting on their own show. And, all these people wanted to support that, wanted to get behind that, thought it was a good venture, thought it was a good idea, and wanted to see Kenny and the Young Bucks and Cody succeed. They didn't want them to bomb. And it brought this togetherness that I would say that is exactly what Tony is banking on with this. I would say numbers would suggest this is not the right move. But if you overreach, if you go big, can you capture that same spirit? Can you get all the AEW fans in Europe? Can you get the message out there that this is a gamble? We've gone big. We're going all in. I am going to give you a night that you will not forget. I am going to give you everything that I can give you. I am going to go exactly what the name says. All in, right? You can see that this does not make sense. You can see that this should not work. They said the exact same things about the first All In. Well, we're going again, and we are going all in, and we are gambling. And if you are a fan of wrestling, come along, get a ticket, join in the fun, join in the festivities. There's going to be shocks. There's going to be surprises. It's going to be a monster show. I'm going to do anything and everything I can to make sure that this exceeds your expectations type situation. You need to be there for this. Like, I can, yeah, I mean, that excitement, that energy, that, oh my God, kind of, it's exciting. It's exciting. They shouldn't be doing it. Wembley Stadium, it's the biggest stadium we've got. It's the biggest stadium we have. It's the biggest arena we have. It's the biggest, like, there's, I mean, honestly, it's one of the biggest in Europe. I mean, short of going to Barcelona and trying to put a show on at the Nou Camp, like, I don't know really many other stadiums that are bigger than Wembley. Yeah, massive. Is it a good idea? We'll find out. This could really conjure up all of that emotion from like 2019. The one thing I will say though is that it's slightly different, because I think supporting Kenny and Cody and the Young Bucks and people that they've got money, but for them to do it, like it's probably different from a billionaire like Tony, and to all of Tony's money and his family's money. For Tony, it's a gamble, but it's a gamble that if it goes wrong, it's probably not going to bankrupt him. It's probably not going to financially ruin him. So it might be a little harder to convince people this time. Whereas when it was Kenny and Hangman and Young Bucks and Cody, I don't know if there was a bit of maybe a subconscious feeling of like, oh my God, if this goes wrong, it could really financially ruin them. Like, oh my God, like, if this doesn't work, what does it mean for them? Like, maybe there was a bit of that last time that I don't think will be there this time. Plus also, who are you supporting this time? Are you supporting Tony this time? Does Tony conjure up that same loyalty? Does he conjure up the same loyalty that the Elite conjure up? Because that was a big factor last time, and it will be a big factor this time. AEW fans will turn out, but what about WWE fans? Well, will WWE fans go because, oh my God, it's a massive show and anything could happen and we love surprises? Or will they just want to see it bomb? I mean, there is a divide. There's WWE fans that are going to laugh if this sells 20,000 tickets. If this does 25,000 tickets in a 90,000 stadium, it's going to be a lot of online trolling, right? I don't think it'll do that because I think they'll end up giving away loads of free tickets, to be honest. I think there'll be a lot of comps. I think there'll be a lot of free tickets floating around for this. Just because I can't imagine them selling 90,000 tickets to this wrestling show, to be honest. I just can't imagine it, but I don't know. I mean, will there be people from America that will come over? Almost certainly. Almost certainly there'll be people that come over from the States that will travel for this. Die-hard, hardcore AEW fans, I'm sure, will travel. There's plenty of AEW fans over here anyway. As we said, 150,000 that watch on ITV. How many watch in Germany? How many watch in Italy? How many watch in Spain? How many watch in France? How many watch in Portugal? How many of them will come over? How many that don't watch that can be convinced, or how many people can you bring in? I think he's going to need CM Punk, man. He's going to need CM Punk. He's going to need CM Punk, isn't he? He's going to have to sit down and go, listen, I've got this show coming up. When was the last time you competed in Europe and in the UK? Right? You can be my main event. You can be in the main event of a Wembley Stadium show. Here's some money. I know I don't know if this helps, but here's some money, right? I need you. I will put you in a bus, right? I will put security on. You will have your own security team. No one is going to talk to you, right? No one's going to look at you. If anyone talks to you, looks at you, I will fire them. I will fire them. They will be working at McDonald's within a week if they even look in your direction, right? Please do this show. Please. 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 I need you. I can only imagine this is how the conversations are going, to be honest. He needs him. He needs him. He needs him for this. He needs everyone for this. He's probably on the phone to Endeavor as we speak. Green shirt guy is going to buy 20,000 tickets for him and his green shirt, his different colours. Punk MJF at Wembley is enough, says Mr. Unfamiliar. I'm going to be excited for this all summer, and I'm in the US, says Heather. Tony doesn't have the balls to fire anyone. Well, I'll get someone else to do it. Mitchell said, I went with an 8.5, and honestly, it was a great show. What about you? Yeah, I'd probably go about 8.5, 8.25, around that as well, yeah. I mean, there's definitely, as I said, things that would bring my score down, so I certainly can't be hitting, like, the big sweet 10. I think with any show, you're going to find something wrong, so, no surprise. But, God, I mean, any show that drops moments and announcements like what we just saw there, oh God, I mean, that's special. You ain't tuning into Dynamite getting them kind of announcements. You ain't tuning into any show getting them kind of announcements. We're talking about one of the biggest shows in UK history has just been announced. It is so... I can't see how that's not exciting. Even if you don't like AEW, like that one show alone is going to just be so exciting because it's got to feature people outside of AEW. People can disagree with me. And I'm going to say that I think that the AEW roster alone is not going to sell 90,000 tickets. I think that there's a lot of love for a lot of superstars, but I think you're going to need CM Punk, and I think you're going to need New Japan stars, and I think you might even need Mercedes Moné. I mean, 90,000. We are 5 years removed from them selling 11,000 tickets. Now, I don't know if they could have sold more, actually, saying that. But they did Arthur Ashe. They did 20,000. They've never done a stadium show. And the belief has always been that's because they would struggle to sell tickets for a stadium show. I said, I can't remember when I said it, but I said that I would love to see them do a 40,000. There must be a 40,000 stadium. I feel like they're missing a WrestleMania. I feel like AEW, in order for them to be viewed as a big company, they need big stadium shows because that is something that is a very obvious difference between them and WWE. WWE's premium live events, SummerSlam, Rumble, WrestleMania, Clash at the Castle, the Saudi shows, they're all in these big stadiums. And, the biggest thing we've seen from AEW has been Arthur Ashe. So I thought, let's get to a 40,000. And I remember even then there was conversation saying, do you think they would sell 40,000? I was like, well, you'd have to stack it. You'd have to go big, of course, because that feels like a mountain. That feels big. Double it and then put 10,000 on top. I mean, it's mental. It's mental. It shouldn't work. Everything feels like this is a disaster. I don't think it bombs though. I think that they must have an idea as to what they could attract in Europe right now. And then if they go, okay, well, what if we chuck in CM Punk? What if we chuck in Mercedes Moné? What if we chuck in, all these announcements I'm guessing are going to be on the way. What if we chuck in New Japan and New Japan get involved as well and we bring in their fans, Mercedes Moné? Think about Sasha fans that are in Europe that want to see Sasha. When was the last time Sasha was in Europe? That would shift tickets. That would definitely shift tickets. Naomi coming in. It's a big ask. It's a massive, massive ask. Joshua said, I'm kind of scared. I just don't want to see it bomb. I've been a fan of this company since I've started. I've ignored the people that have wanted to see it fail. I won't take it if they fail. That though, right there, that is the mentality that they are hoping for. That is exactly what Tony wants. That panic of, what if it fails? What if it fails? I don't want to see the company fail. I don't want to see this explode. I better buy a ticket. That's exactly what he wants. And to be fair, it's what he needs. That's what he needs as well. He's banking on that. And that's what he needs. I really, really don't think that there is enough people out there that will just buy tickets unless he has some big announcements and unless there's a bit of, not panic, but I really think he needs that all-in mentality that, come on, guys, I need you. Do this for me. This is going to be a big night. You need to be there. We can't afford for this to fail. Just like how Vince gambled on WrestleMania 1. They're gambling on this show. They're going all... He could have named this anything. He could have called it the Queen's Knees, right? He could have called it the King's Nose. He could have called it Royal Rumble, right? He could have called it anything. But instead, he's gone with all in because, and that's on purpose, because he is sending a message that that's what they're doing. And he wants to conjure up the feelings that people had for that show. He could have called this All Out. Could have called it All Out, which was the name they've been using since All In. There was only one All In. That was the first one. But he's gone back to that name for a reason, and it makes perfect sense. So that mentality of, I don't want this to fail, I hope this doesn't fail, he's going to be banking on that, and he's going to be banking that the AEW fans are going to come out in force. But he's going to need big announcements. I mean, that was a big announcement, but he is going to need to. He's going to need to make sure that he's got that roster stacked. Imagine if it's just like an episode of Dark now. Imagine if the main event is Leva Bates against Anna Jay. Dream match. Co-main event. Sky Blue against Ty Conti. We've got Anthony Ogogo. He's going to be in action. He's going to be taking on Peter Avalon. Oh, man. Amazing. Cody isn't there. It won't be the same, said Justin. Cody left, and it hasn't been the same. I would love to see Jay White against Brian. It's a homage to the originals that made wrestling history, said Luke. Where is the tape show for Dark next Monday? I have no idea. Philip said, don't they all come from the same place? Dark Elevation from some studio in Universal, maybe, or Disney or something? Big Time Baxter said, Days AEW's highest attendance was Grand Slam 2021. It was 19,000. That was the peak of popularity. Are we expecting them to triple that in the UK with a colder product? It's a big gamble. Yeah, it is. It is. It is a big gamble. I'm pretty sure even Tony would agree to that. James said, don't diss Sky Blue. She's amazing. Oh, I wasn't dissing any of them, but I think we can agree that their star power would be below what is needed to sell out this amazing announcement. They didn't make Jay White debut seem big. It was more of a, oh, he's here, we've got him, says Laser. Do you know what? I am actually going to agree for a moment. It didn't matter because just him being there was enough to make me go, oh my God. But the way they did it was a bit, it could have been done a little better. Because to be honest, he just came running down and it was like, who's this? And then it was like, oh my God, it's Switchblade. So it was, and we didn't hear from it. I don't think during the show they even announced that he had signed. If they did, maybe they said it on commentary, or maybe I missed it. I did not see the graphic that, I don't know if I've still got it actually, but there was a graphic. Hang on, not that one. That's him on the show. It was this graphic. I don't know that was shown. It may have been. I'm not going to say it wasn't because I didn't watch every second, every frame because there was so much going on. So I can't say 100%, but I agree. I mean, they could have had that be the ending, couldn't they? The whole show could have built up. We could have had FTR victorious and stay in, and then we could have done like the Jay White thing after. I love the fact they opened with it, though. I don't mind that because I thought it gave the show great energy. Oh my God, it felt, he's here and it felt big. But there maybe was a better way of presenting him. We could have gone over and had like something happening on the Titantron and a bit more of a, what's this? What's going on? Instead of him, oh my God, he's just there. There he was. There was no like build or tease. It was like, it was just there. So, but as I said, it's a nitpick because, I mean, as soon as I saw it was him, it was like, oh my God. And that was it. I mean, he's here. This is massive. And it was massive. As I said, I really rate him. I can see a lot of promotions on the show. Who would you book in the main event? I think Omega versus MJF. But if it is Punk, then it's got to be Punk versus Omega. I mean, if it's Punk, he's got a main event. If it's Punky main events, Punk Omega would make the most sense. Punk versus Omega. Oh, God, if they could use the all-out brawl, if they could somehow find a way, I mean, maybe you would bring it, you'd bring it up in conversation, like, look, this is what I'm thinking. You're known for the pipe bomb, which blurred the lines of reality. we're putting on one of the biggest shows in the history of professional wrestling. Any show that is going to be in a 90,000 stadium. I mean, if they sell all those tickets, that will be a bigger show than this year's WrestleMania, because this year's WrestleMania did 80,000. And to be honest, let's be honest, that was probably WWE going, push it up a little bit. Yeah? What do you mean it was 74? You mean 80? Right? Push it up a little bit. So 80,000. And then the second night was 81. Well, if they sell out Wembley, it's going to be 90 plus, because you're going to have like everyone. Well, I suppose it depends how big your stage is, doesn't it? I mean, the WrestleMania stage took up a lot of space, so it cut down the seating and everything. If they have a similar setup to that, then it'll be a similar number. But either way, they stand a chance of it beating this year's WrestleMania attendance. Obviously not over the 2 days, but they could get more than 80,000 in that stadium with floor seating. Easy. So I think that this is going to, need a lot of people involved, a lot of different promotions. Main event, I think we'll need Punk. And I think if you could blur the lines and get Punk and Omega, that would be fantastic. Fantastic. Whether they can get him to do it, though, I mean, honestly, we'll find out. Are you joking? How can you go from 19 to 80 in 4 months? Am I joking? I'm not joking. They've announced it. I'm not. I haven't said I think this is the right thing to do. I haven't said this is a good idea. I've said that they have gone big and that I respect the ambition. And I think that, in all fairness, they sold 19,000. I don't know if they could have sold more. I don't know if, there was an opportunity. I don't know if they were turning people away or if they didn't sell out. Because the thing is, I know Arthur Ashe can hold 20,000, but once you put staging in there and obviously the ring and whatever else, give out comps or whatever, perhaps, the number was 19. Was there other people that would have bought tickets? Could they have done 25 if the stadium was bigger? If they'd gone to a different place? I don't know. The other thing as well is that because it's in London, like, you tap into Europe. So, as I said, not only have you got London, and London, I mean, listen, the UK is a very hot wrestling market, very hot. We know there's wrestling fans here. WWE did 60-odd thousand at Clash at the Castle. And their show is watched. AEW is watched by more people in the UK than WWE. Dynamite is watched by more than Raw and SmackDown, and they put 63,000 into Clash at the Castle. Again, I'm not saying that this is going to be easy. I'm not saying that this is going to prove to be a great decision. This is a gamble. I think we've made that point clear. This is a gamble. This is a big gamble, but I love the ambition. I love it. I love the ambition. Go big. I think if you go big and you crash and you burn, like, I've got respect for it. If they go big for this and it doesn't come off, I ain't gonna give them shade for it. I ain't gonna give them shade for it. Do you know what I mean? Like, fair play, because they've gone for it and they must have crunched some numbers. Because he's got a lot of statistics. He's got a statistics company, hasn't he? There's a statistics company that works for Tony, and he will have had some data where they will have sat down. This is how many people we think that you would get to a live show in the UK. This is how many watch in Europe. This is a rough estimate as to what we think a show would do. And let's say that number is 40,000 or something, right? Now, in order to break even, we would need to sell 50,000 tickets, but then we could have Wembley. So as long as we get 50,000 in Wembley, and we think we can do 40 already because of Europe and everyone coming out and big deal and everything, right? but we need 10,000 more, we would break even. He might be looking at this thinking, if I have Wembley, make a big thing of this, song and dance, stack it, and if I can break even, if I can get 50,000 in there and break even, and, you know, we just go big and we just put a marker down and we make a statement, that'll be worth it. That'll be worth it, you know. And listen, even if he loses a couple of $1 million, you know, maybe he's thinking to himself, go for it. I need something to wake up this promotion. I can have everyone's going to talk about this. Everyone's going to have an opinion of this. But now he's got people that are going to tune in because everyone's going to want to see what he's going to do to get people to buy tickets. So, you know, it's not just a show. It's going to give momentum to Dynamite. So is he going to get extra viewers on Dynamite now? Is he going to, like, create a buzz? How's he going to, like, bring in people? I mean, like, my thoughts are that CM Punk's going to come in, and my thoughts are Mercedes going to come in, and my thoughts are New Japan's going to come in, which is now getting me more excited for Dynamite. So it's got this massive knock-on effect. This isn't just one show, is it? This isn't just a show in Wembley. This is a statement. This is putting a marker down. This is one of the biggest wrestling shows in the history of wrestling. This is AEW saying we are not just here, we are thriving. Whether that's true or not, they've got a few months to work on it. It's, you know, as I said, I love the ambition. Tony needs to cut dead weight, focus on building a real core of stars, and I don't mean the 4 pillars, said Wisp. I do think they need to do a show beforehand as a tester, like 40 or 50,000. See how they get on. I doubt they'll sell the 90. The problem is, though, if they do a show before that, 40, 50, they wouldn't be able to do that in the UK, because I think a large part of the appeal here is this is our first time. It's our first time in the UK. It's our first time in Europe. It's our first time in this very important market, and they've gone big. If they were to do a 40, 50,000 show before that, I think you take away some of the importance of this show. And so you'd have to do the 40, 50,000 in America. And the other thing you run the risk of as well is, what if that doesn't sell very well? Like, what if that 40, 50,000 show struggles a little bit? This is, as I said, this is a gamble, but what's the expectation? He's booked Wembley, okay? So in everyone's mind now, he needs to sell 90,000 tickets because he's just booked Wembley Stadium. But what if, to break even, he only needs to sell 50? So that means that if he sells 50, he's broke even. And actually, he's not losing any money. And he's gone as big as he can. And, you know, he's gone for it, basically. Now, how that's going to look on TV, probably not bad. You can probably light it so that the top part of the stadium, you can't see so much. You cut that bit out. I'd imagine if you've got 50,000 in a stadium and they're all kind of towards the lower part, and you know, focus on that, not the top part that's empty, it's still going to look amazing. Maybe you're going to be restricted doing your big stadium shot. Maybe you'd have to wait for the lights to go out in order to do that, or something along those lines. But it's hard, isn't it? Because I'm not in the meeting room with him. It's hard to know what number he wants. I'm sure it's 90, but realistically, if he doesn't hit that, what does he need? What's the number that he needs? Because there must be a break-even number. There must be a number where he can cover the costs. And I don't know where that is. I mean, it could be 40,000. It could be 50,000. I don't know. So it's hard, isn't it? Because it might be that he is going into this thinking, projections say that I'll do 40. I need 50. I'm going to go all out to see if I can get above that. And if he ends up doing 60, the perception by a lot of people online might be, he's botched it. I can't believe he booked the stadium. Why would you book a 90,000 stadium and then just sell 60,000 tickets? When the reality could be he's actually making money on the show because he only needed 50 and he's got 60 and he's sent a massive message out there saying, come everyone, I've got room, come along, come and see all your favorite stars, we are here. And he's basically milked Europe dry. Whatever he gets in Wembley, I think it's probably fair to say that is him maxing out, right? That is him maxing out. If he gets 40,000, then that's it. That's what he was getting. That's it. You know, yeah, he should have booked a smaller venue, right? But he's gone for it. He's gone big. I love the ambition. Because he's got room for more, but he wasn't able to get more, right? But if he gets, I don't know, 60, 65, and it covers his costs, he might be over the moon with that. And at least now he knows where he stands. Now he knows the strength of the market and will, you know, try and build on that. You know, 60-odd thousand that go to Wembley will have a cracking night, I'm sure of it. They'll leave, like, loving it. And if he books Wembley again in 2024, I'm sure there's a great chance, as long as, you know, the shows continue to do well for Dynamite, that 60-odd thousand may return. And maybe he would have added more viewers in that point. So there's a lot at play here. There's a lot of perception at play. I don't think he has to sell the 90. I don't know what the number is, but I think as long as he's covering his costs, I think he would probably be happy. And going big, I love the ambition. And as I said, yeah, trying to do a 40, 50,000 show before that might be tricky, because you are then kind of leaving yourself. It's kind of like you're giving people a big show before the big show. And I think this is going to need to be your big focus. I don't know if there's a show before. Is there a show before this? Like a pay-per-view show before this? If there is, I mean, it'll still be in an arena, so it's not gonna really be comparable. There's certainly no big shows, stadium shows or anything. I don't think Arthur Ashe has been announced or anything. I sort of feel like you wanna. This needs to be the focus. All roads lead to this show. They have to, because he needs to sell as many tickets as possible. It's such a gamble. I think there was still that AEW Who attitude from WWE management. This will make them take a serious note that AEW are a true force, says Retro. Notorious Nightmare said, Tony and his dad are great businessmen. I don't think they would book a 90,000 stadium if they didn't think they would sell or get close to the number. I could see it being 70 or 80. John said, I think he has to sell it out. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't think he would have to sell it out to break even. I mean, that would strike me as, well, I don't know. Do I? I'm not in the room. But, I mean, you wouldn't want to be in the situation where you've got to sell out Wembley just to make your money back. So there must be a number that he's got to achieve. There will be a perception by certainly hardcore WWE fans will be like, oh, if he doesn't sell out 90,000, this will be embarrassing. If there's loads of empty seats, that's going to be embarrassing. I don't think that will happen. I really don't, because even if it's a disaster, I think they'll just give free tickets away. I think there'll be free tickets given to local suppliers and stores. If you sell, like, for example, Smith's toy stores, I'm sure they'll get loads of tickets for their employees because they sell AEW figures. People that sell them online, anyone that sells AEW merch, or their head offices obviously will be invited to go. Anyone connected with the company, friends, family, they will be allowed to come over. Like, there are going to be ways to ensure that this stadium is not empty. And listen, you give out like radio ticket, like, you know, competitions. I'm sure there'll be loads of stuff happening in the country. I'm sure you'll see him reach out to social media, and you know, you could see Cultaholic, Wrestle Talk, all those guys giving away free tickets. I don't know what his relationship's like with those channels, but I mean, those are big UK wrestling channels, and it wouldn't surprise me that Tony would give them a load of tickets to do competitions with or something. So there's always ways to get tickets out there if sales are slow. And of course, you can always drop the price as well. If he's going to take a hit financially, he'll have to take the hit, won't he? This is a gamble, but I don't expect it to be a case where he books a 90,000 stadium and there's only 10,000 people that rock up. I'm not worried about that at all. But how's it going to look if it's 30-something thousand? It's such a gamble. It's amazing. I love it. Tell you what, he's got big cojones, hasn't he? He's got big. One thing you can say about Tony Khan, and you can say plenty about Tony Khan, but he has shown that he's got some big cojones tonight to book such a venue. Fulham fans, yeah. If you're a Fulham season ticket owner, you get a free ticket to AEW. All in. Yeah. They could sell one side, make it look full. WWE do that, said Esteban. That's true. The only thing is, though, if you've got a stadium like Wembley, you're really going to want that big, wide shot, aren't you? Of like, you know what I mean? You're going to want the aerial shot and everything. Of course, there's always a way of framing it, whatever. But yes, push come to shove, they could sacrifice that. Push everyone round the one side. Make it look full. But of course, pictures would then start emerging, wouldn't they? People would show what the other side looked like. And he's going to want to sell as many as possible. Of course. Looks funny. We got Money in the Bank with WWE in July, and now AEW have gone to Wembley, said Davids. What happens with Israel Adesanya if he loses to Alex on Saturday? I don't know. I think he loves MMA. I think he's still a good age. I don't know that he would leave MMA. I don't know what it does, to be honest. I think for him, he would probably talk to Dana and say, give me some big, juicy fights, basically. I know I can't fight for the title, but give me some big fights. Give me some interesting names that, get me excited, that can kind of grab my attention. Because if he's not going to fight for the title, he's a big star, he's a big name. I think putting him in there with, the number 4 ranked middleweight, number 5 ranked middleweight or whatever, you could go down that route. Or do you put him in there with, I don't know, I can't give you a name, to be honest. But like, a Chimaev or someone like that, and see kind of what happens. I don't know. There might be some big dream matches that could come out of it. Because I don't know that he would want to just fight people lower down the rankings. I don't know. I haven't seen any interviews with him. It's a really interesting question. If he loses, what next? Will he do the Roger Whittaker route of doing exactly that, fighting his way to try and get back to the title? Or would he want some big dream match type things, those kind of fights that main event pay-per-views, even though the title's not involved? Don't know. Do you think WWE will release more Money in the Bank tickets? Don't know. I don't know where we are with Money in the Bank tickets, to be honest. I would imagine WWE have certainly taken notice of what's happened tonight. I don't know that there will be concern, but I think there will be strategies. And don't forget, you've got UFC involved now. So, you've got quite the company. This is Tony standing up to WWE, standing up to Endeavor, putting his flag in the sand, putting his flag down, saying, this is what I think we can do. It's great, isn't it? Because like he puts a marker down and said, this is what I think we can do. Everyone's going to look at him and go, you're mental. You can't do that. Well, he's got a few months now to do it, to build it, to achieve it, and to bring in the likes of Mercedes Moné and New Japan and all of that stuff. And he's got time to, go big and try and get. I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to think. What about if he got AJ Lee? What if he went and got AJ Lee? Like, is that on the table? Anyone that is not under WWE contract that he can get, he needs to get. And that show, I'm sure, is going to be just amazing. I've got no doubt that it'll be an amazing card. It's just how many tickets does he sell? And obviously, there's no way of knowing that at the moment. Oh, God, it's so good. Money in the Bank hasn't sold out yet, says Matt. Money in the Bank at the O2 is 20,000. I doubt there would be more that could be released. This could be AEW's Tokyo Dome, said Heather. When tickets go on pre-sale, it's an instant sellout, maybe 20,000 with 4 months to push the number higher. What are you predicting for a pre-sale? I think 20,000's are not a bad number, but I don't know. I've just got so many metrics and numbers floating in my head. I think if he can do 20,000 pre-sale, he'll get confidence from that. But he might want more, because how many people are gonna? Your pre-sale is your diehards. They're the people that are there day one. They're the people that are queuing in the rain type people. So he is gonna want to tap. That is the bulk of his audience, really. The diehards that will be queuing up. That's the bulk of the audience, and so I don't know how many casual fans you're going to attract. I mean, you are going to need casual fans for this show. That goes without saying. You're going to need casual fans to rock up for this show. And he's going to need big pre-sale numbers. So I don't know if you'd be happy with a pre-sale of 20,000, but I mean, it's a good start, isn't it? It's a good start. But I mean, it's all just pie in the sky, isn't it? It's just plucking numbers out of the sky. I could see UFC and WWE putting on a pay-per-view in the UK during or before All In to try and get more tickets away from AEW, said Switchblades. I could certainly see WWE coming back and doing their Raws here again. It's been a long time since they did Raw. So, I can see, I think the Raws and the SmackDowns coming back will likely return again. Mark said, I tried to get Money in the Bank tickets. The reason it's not sold out is they are so expensive. Several times, tickets are about £300 for even rubbish seats, just because it included SmackDown. A lot of WWE stars who are angry with Vince could see this announcement and they might want to jump ship. I could see some big names like Drew, Bailey might be on that show. Nah, because even if they go, there'll be a non-compete, won't there? So I don't think Drew or Bailey's contract is up anytime soon. So even if they go now, there's probably a 90-day non-compete. So that would take us to, what, May, June, July? Oh, it would. Yeah, it wouldn't be granted. With this show coming up, it wouldn't be granted. I don't see it being granted. I think they'd Mustafa Ali them. Anyone that wants to go outside of their contract now, not with this show coming up. No way. WWE, I agree, are going to want this to be a struggle. They are not going to want this to be easy for AEW to sell out this Wembley Stadium. This is a nightmare for WWE. So they are not going to want to see another company. I can't remember. I don't think it's happened. I can't remember any other company doing a stadium show, a wrestling stadium show, other than WWE in the UK. I can't remember one. I know that NWA did one, I think at Carrow Road in Norwich, but I mean, that's just a little tiny stadium. I'm talking like Wembley, Principality, Old Trafford. So I'm talking, big stadium. I mean, I don't think Impact did or TNA did. That's an interesting question. Did WCW? They came over, but I'm not aware of a stadium show that WCW did in the UK. So even when WCW were around, I'm not aware of one. If people can point to one and tell me that there was one, there's not one coming to my mind. So this is history. Yeah, it's mental. We'll stick around for 8 minutes. We're going to read, see what people have got to say. The stadium holds 70,000. It's announced attendance was 48, says Estimum. On O2 official tickets page, Money in the Bank is sold out, said Meave. Christopher said tickets will go on sale on May 5th, 9 a.m. UK time. John said one thing that might help this be successful is if Wembley also hosts big concerts or festivals on the Friday and Saturday nights of that weekend. There is no general tickets available, says Meave. What, for Money in the Bank? Have you heard about Kevin Holland and Masvidal going back in the locker room? I did, yes. Zach said, nearly an hour after AEW, this has been a gripping conversation, says Zach. Well, it's been an interesting conversation. And I mean, it's one that, unfortunately, we can't really give too much in the way of specifics and numbers about, because we don't have those. But, yeah, I mean, talking about, like, how historic this announcement is, how big it is. I mean, this for me, I mean, honestly, if there's people out there saying this announcement's flat or this announcement's rubbish or this wasn't the big announcement that was promised, I mean, I couldn't disagree more. I think this is huge. I think this is absolutely massive. As I keep saying, we're talking about one of the biggest wrestling shows that's ever took place in Europe. I mean, that's just it's crazy. David said Clash at the Castle 2023 on the same day as all. Yeah, Clash at the Castle on the same day. That would be cheeky, man. Oh my God, that would be cheeky. God damn. Could you imagine? Could you imagine if they did that? On Friday, they announced Clash at the Castle on the same day. Oh my God. Oh my God, that would be incredible. One thing that might help this, we read that about the concerts. They need Osprey, said a normal Panthers fan. They need everyone. With Vince back to creative and really about to bum out their fan base, Trust is opening Pandora's box for AEW, who thrived when Vince had bad booking. Laser said, do you think anyone will return or debut on SmackDown? There's maybe a chance, yes. I mean, we did get Riddle that came back on Raw, so there's maybe a chance that something happens on SmackDown. But I don't think the expectation is as high for SmackDown as what it was for the Raw after WrestleMania. So I think there's a chance that someone come back. I can't really give you a name because, like, Randy was on Raw. I mean, maybe I don't think Big E is ready to return, but he could come out and, you know, cut a promo. Be a nice little moment to hear from him. Give us an update as to how he's getting on, you know, that would be kind of cool. I don't know that we're going to get that, though, obviously. I'm trying to think who's injured and who's away, though. I can't really think of anyone. Nakamura. He was a SmackDown star. We haven't seen him in forever. That would be good. Nakamura would be good. It doesn't seem like Bron Breakker's getting called up. So, yeah. I'll go Nakamura, actually, thinking about it. I'll go Nakamura. Got to do something with him, didn't we? So, will you be going to All In? You could do a live in the crowd, said Switchblades. Sadly not. Could you imagine trying to do a live stream in a crowd with that noise? Drunk people all around. Like, it'd be a mess. I'm fairly certain as well that the 5G would probably drop out and the coverage would not be the smoothest. So, you know, not only would you not be able to hear me, not only would it be just carnage all around me, not only would it almost certainly not be a PG stream, not only would the channel potentially get shut down, but I would imagine that it would be wobbly as well from a streaming point of view. I think it would have worked better if Juice came out at the start, walked down, then stopped. A mass man attack Starks from behind, hit the Blade Runner, and then revealed that it was Switchblade, said James. Juan said, I thought you would be gone by now. Sometimes some people, not all. Well, I said we would stick. Well, I didn't, but we'll stick around for another 5 minutes or so. Best place to stay for all in for a single dad and son. Serious suggestions only. Best place to stay? What do you mean? Like hotel wise? In a hotel? That's what I would say. That's the best place. Unless you want specifics. I mean, we have hotels like Premier Inns. They tend to be cheap and cheerful. So, no frills, but the rooms are clean and they're nice. They're nice. I've stayed in Premier Inns loads of times. Travel lodges as well. Again, nice rooms. Get your own room, own bathroom and everything. Like, don't let the lodge kind of throw you out into thinking that you'd be like sharing or anything. And so, but in London, I mean, even the prices for those kind of places are, not cheap. So, I mean, London hotels, London, it's one of the big cities in the world. You're paying London prices just like New York, just like Paris, so on, so on, so on. So, I mean, it's not going to be cheap. It's not going to be cheap, but I think this is one of those shows that people will save for, people will be excited for. People will be, it'll be like I was going to say a holiday, I suppose, in a way. What a great holiday, actually. Imagine if you're in America and you've never been to London and you come to London for an all-in weekend. Oh, my God, you'd have the best time. London is such a great city. So much to see and do, so much history. I mean, it's an amazing city. It's like going to New York, an amazing city. And then you get to go to Wembley and go to one of the biggest shows of the year. Amazing. What match would you like to see at All In? Maybe Okada against Bryan, or maybe Monet versus Britt or Jade. Yeah, I mean, Monet against Britt definitely would be the one. Mercedes Monet against Britt Baker. That would be awesome. Okada against Bryan. Definitely don't mind that. I would probably do Okada Omega, just because for me that's probably the match that is so important to modern wrestling. I mean, would you even have AEW if it wasn't for Omega Okada? I sort of feel like that really put Omega on the map. I feel like those matches really, really made Omega. And I think the momentum then, I think it was out of that we started to see the Bullet Club shirts going into Hot Topic. We started to see more people watching New Japan. Bullet Club became cool. It just really started to get momentum. And I really credit the Omega Okada matches from, was it 2016 that those matches took place? And as a result of those incredible matches, and of course other matches as well, but I see those as being the icing on the cake. Jericho goes over, doesn't he? And then Jericho going over to New Japan is really big. And of course Cody ends up going over, and that turns out to be really big. And because of all of that momentum, they are then able to do All In and get supported. And from All In, Tony Khan then says, do you want to start a wrestling company? So if you trace it all the way back to, how did Omega really get over, I do credit Omega Okada as being the reason for it. Those matches all took place in Japan. To do that match again at Wembley Stadium, I mean, those matches are some of the most important, iconic matches in the history of wrestling. They are this generation's Ric Flair, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. I mean, in my humble opinion, just seeing the impact they had on wrestling. And as we said, I think you can trace that line through to Bullet Club. And Bullet Club was around already, but none of it was getting onto my radar until Omega Okada. And I don't think I'm alone in that. So for me, I think I would be tempted to do that. I think that is such an important kind of match to do it, run it again. There might be some that are like, nah, I've seen that match. Don't want that. I want Okada and Daniel Bryan. For me personally, I'd rather do that at Forbidden Door. Do that at Forbidden Door. But Omega Okada is just box office. That is, those two names will forever be intertwined. Omega and Okada go together like peanut butter and jelly. So I think I would do that if they haven't got Punk. But if they've got Punk, then you might have to do Omega Punk, which then would open up Okada, Bryan Danielson. So, and Mercedes Moné against Britt Baker. I mean, I tell you what, doing a dream match cards is probably not a bad shout, is it? Doing like a super early dream match card is probably not a bad idea at all. Because there's plenty of fun I think you could have with that. Plenty of fun you could have with that. Tony Khan announcement are always odds. Do you think he's nervous? I don't know if he's nervous. I don't know. He started to let Adam Cole do it. I mean, which I think it's because those segments are... Everyone tunes in for those. I think tonight's rating, I think this week's show rating is going to be good. Just judging by how many people have joined us tonight, we know announcements always do it. I think having Jay White come out at the start will have woke people up as well. Like, oh my God, something's happening. And, there's still the Tony announcement as well. So I think people will have tuned into this show more than usual. I reckon this does the 900,000, if not 1 million, for this one, for this episode. Because I think if you tuned in at the start, I don't think you left. They gave you Switchblade like early, and I don't know how people felt about the trios thing, but I think people will have stuck around for Tony's announcement. And obviously it was quite late in the show on purpose, as it should have been. And then you've had FTR in the main event. So I think this is going to get a good number. I really do. I think he knows people tune in for those announcements. And I think that it makes sense to have someone like Adam Cole deliver them, because it's just constantly putting him out there, isn't it? It's a big announcement. Adam Cole delivering the news is good. It's good exposure for him. Gets him out there. I think... I don't know that it's nerves. He's always been a little awkward, Tony Khan. I don't think it's anything more than that, to be honest. I think they could pull off 50. Have they got enough star power? Would you load it up with recognizable ex-WWE names? I'd load it up with everything, mate. If they're not under a WWE contract, I'm loading it up. I'm getting Goldberg if he's free. I'm getting Mercedes Moné. I'm getting Jeff Hardy back. I'm getting the Hardy Boys reunited. And the Hardy Boys are going to have a match on this show. Mercedes Moné is going to be taking on Britt Baker. I'm getting New Japan involved. I'm making sure, obviously, I mean, it goes without saying, Moxley, Danielson, Hangman, Omega, Young Bucks, Orange Cassidy, anyone is going to be on this show. So my roster's on the show, but I'm like, is that AJ Lee? Is that Goldberg? Is that Mick Foley? Like, do you want to come and just do like a nice announcing or something? Like, that's another thing as well. I mean, not only are we talking matches, we're talking about guest timekeepers, we're talking celebrities being involved, we're talking announcements, we're talking, hosts. Can we get a host? Who can be the host? Who can we get that can be the host? Can we need to get a big British celebrity that can be the host for this one? I don't know who that is, but Idris Elba. Everyone loves him. Let's get Idris Elba. Let's get Daniel Craig. People love Daniel Craig. David Beckham. Everyone loves David Beckham. Let's get David Beckham. And it's at Wembley Stadium. He played there loads of times. I'm stacking it. I'm absolutely stacking it. AEW will run ads on ITV. Yeah, they will. You're right. Tell me if this would make sense. WWE put Ciampa Cross in a tag team. They wreak havoc. Their name is the Crazy Guys. I wouldn't call them the Crazy Guys, to be honest. I'd probably try and find a different name. But Ciampa and Carrion together, I have no problem with that. I think that sounds pretty fun. With Scarlett, could be a fun team. But the rumors are that I think they're going to look to do Johnny and Tommaso and reunite DIY. So they could get Ric Flair in for one more match. Yay! Zack Sabre Jr. is English. Do him against Danielson at Wembley. Yeah, good shout. Yep, Zack Sabre Jr. against Bryan Danielson. That would be fire. They'll. What British wrestler is not going to want to be on this show? I mean, the ones in WWE can't, but Ospreay is going to want on this show. Davey Boy Smith Jr., he'll surely want on this show. Imagine that. Imagine him coming out. That would be class, man. If they can they is he with MLW? Can they get him? What if they get Hammerstone? I mean, I know that. I mean, these ain't shifting tickets, but they're just cool people to bring in, aren't they? Sure, you could do something with them. Davey Boy Smith Jr. might not shift tickets, but I mean, again, just a fun surprise for the show. Could be cool. Ospreay would be announced in advance. Zack Sabre, I'm sure, would be announced in advance. I'm trying to think who else is out there. Like, who else can you go and get? Oh, God, so exciting. Logan Paul. We can finally get Blackpool Combat Club to visit Blackpool segment. Yay! We could, you're right. We could. I'd love to see them in the arcades. Put in pennies in those machines that kind of go back and forth and they drop down and then fall down. The penny sliders. Love that. Imagine them on at the Pleasure Beach. Going down the Golden Mile. Amazing. What is interesting with all the booking, no mention of MJF, says Bahamas. Oh, well, he'll undoubtedly be on the show, and I'm sure they'll build something big for him, but it's going to be hard to put him in the main event of this show, I think. It just feels like, I think to me, MJF, it just feels like he is absolutely one for the future that they're trying to present as being the now. But when you look at the ratings, and the ratings are like 830,000, that does impact how you see a champion. We spoke about it before the show started. It impacts how I view him. I think he's great at what he does, of course. How could you not think he was a great promo? Of course he is. And, you know, he's really shown he can go in the ring as well. He is improving. He is young. But I think Cody made the point, he's not reached his final form. He's still learning and trying stuff and, you know, making a few mistakes, whatever. And I think his star power is still limited. I think that he is a massive name to AEW fans, but how much has he connected with casual fans? Like, he is not Daniel Bryan. He is not CM Punk. He is seemingly not on those levels. And as a result, the ratings recently have been a bit down, been a bit flat, they've been a bit stagnant. And, you know, he's been on top all throughout like this little period of time. So I sort of look at him as being champion, as being, yep, makes sense. We're investing in him. We're building him up. We're putting him on top. We're putting him on the posters. We're building up his star power. He'll be in a big match at this show, undeniably. Should he be in the main event of this show? Difficult, because this card is going to be stacked. I mean, he might have to go last after Mercedes Moné and after, which he should, in all fairness, because she's not even an AEW star, so she shouldn't main event. But, you know, he'd have to go after Omega and Okada, potentially. He might even have to go after Punk. But I don't think he would. I think if MJF's in the main event, if Punk's on this show, he's in the main event. That's it. There's no conversation there. If Punk is on this show, he's in the main event. Done. End of conversation. I don't care what anyone comes back with. No. Punk, main events. So it'd have to be MJF Punk. It would have to be. That would have to be the main event in order to get MJF there. And then below that, your co-main could be Omega Okada. Below that could be Mercedes Britt. Below that could be Zack Sabre Jr., Bryan Danielson, or Bullet Club against Blackpool Combat Club. That could be fun. You are putting a lot of your eggs in one basket, but in all fairness, we might need to, because you're going to need to fit a lot of people on this show. Everyone's going to want to be on the show. And you might need to fit a lot of people on this show. So you might have to do Blackpool Combat Club, Bullet Club as like a big... Maybe you could do that as like a Blood and Guts or something. Or like tricky, because you're not going to want 2 rings, are you? Might just have to be a normal match. Feels like there should be a cage, to be honest. Or maybe you do it as an arena match. What's that one where they used to fight all around the arena? Imagine them doing that in Wembley. That could be mental. Bullet Club, Blackpool Combat Club in like an arena match. Oh my God. That could be awesome. We could sit and speculate, couldn't we, till the cows come home. But it's gonna be very exciting. Okay, we've gone over. AEW has 900,000 to 1 million about 5 times in the last 5 weeks. It's been mostly 800,000 under MJF. Perhaps the casuals, but Tony's booking of the show has been a problem, said Big Time Baxter. Soraya versus Sasha Banks has got an already written story. Oh God, that would be class as well. Yeah, that would be class if we did Soraya against Mercedes Moné. Have Simon Cowell meet Tony Khan. Tony Khan giving him ideas for the show, and Cowell turns around and said, "It's a no from me." Jamie Hayter against Mercedes Moné, says Legend Killer. Anna said, "I just had 2 calls from my brother as AEW announced All In at Wembley Stadium." We've just spoke for about an hour. No word of a lie. Probably a bit longer, actually, about what they're thinking and why they've done it. But rather than like, it's not a, oh my God, they're idiots mentality from me. It is, oh my God, this is so exciting. That's my mentality. That's the way I've gone. Anarchy in the arena, said Heather. Yeah, that would be sick, man. Anarchy in Wembley. Maybe you could find something that just is worded a little better than that. But Bullet Club and Blackpool Combat Club fighting all over like Wembley, that whilst the crowd are like going mental and everything, that would be sick. And then you go into like, I mean, maybe it is, maybe you do the triple threat. Maybe you do Mercedes Moné versus Soraya versus Britt Baker as a triple threat, because maybe you want to put all 3 of them into that match. So that could then come next. Or maybe you do a fatal 4-way with Jamie Hayter, Mercedes Moné, Britt Baker, Soraya, Jamie Hayter, fatal 4-way for the women's title. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, I can't breathe. Oh man, that would be sick. That would be sick. And then after we do Omega Okada. And then after that we do MJF versus CM Punk. We need a bigger Wembley. We're going to need a bigger Wembley. We're going to need to build an expansion. We're going to extend. We need more seats. More seats. Yeah, man, that is going to be so good. That is going to be sick. That is going to be sick. Stadium Stampede. Stadium, how are they selling 90,000? I'm so confused, says Anna. We don't know is the answer. We don't quite know. UK Stadium Stampede. This better be British AF. I'm talking London 2012 opening ceremony level British. I mean, Yeah, maybe they could get Adele to sing the national anthem or Ed Sheeran, someone like that. I'm sure. We've got plenty of musical artists that we can get. I'm sure there'll be some celebrity involvement here. Blood and guts. Feels like AEW is hot in the UK and Canada. They're selling tickets and performing well, but in the US, they've been struggling. WWE is doubling them in every market. James said, Stadium Stampede. We just call that football hooliganism. Wembley War Games, said Bill. Yeah, War Games. Wembley Games. Right, listen, we've stuck around for over an hour after the show has ended. I did not expect to be doing that, but oh my God. I mean, of course we are talking about this because it is such a big talking point. And yeah, I mean, look, everyone's going to have their thoughts in it. Everyone's going to have their opinions. Fantasy booking it is going to be a lot of fun. But let's see. I can't believe it. It's amazing. It's historic. It's massive. They might have gone too big. But equally, I'm so excited to see what they can come up with. Yeah. Let's find out. Right, we're done. I am back on Friday with SmackDown. Of course, we're back this weekend with UFC. So we'll be doing UFC this weekend. Big show as Adesanya is in action. So looking forward to that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, honestly, my head's just swimming with like ideas and thoughts. And oh my God, it's so exciting. Heather said, it reminds me of the good old days. Thanks for the stream. Heather, shout out to you. Appreciate the support. Appreciate the support from everyone. And we'll see you again next time. Bye for now.